Hi, I'm Craig Alexander, the Northwest Dragons head coach. Yeah, look, I think we had a decent season this far. Taking on the one-day comp, we've been a bit inconsistent with performances as individuals as well. But look, a lot of individuals stood up, produced some Proteas. Two left us now to New Zealand, so a lot of growth happening in the camp, but just a bit inconsistent. Yeah, look, it would have been nice to have them here, but they play New Zealand 3:30 Sunday morning. So yeah, all the best there. We're watching you guys after our win against Dolphins. Yeah, look, I think in this position of in the one-day comp, being mid-table, we're really just trying to stick to our processes, making sure we execute our basics nice and consistent. So the word in our changing room is obviously fight, but also just being consistent in our skills. I think when Proteas do get called up in Durban and Dian, we see it as an opportunity for other players to come in and perform. The message has always been to be the best version of themselves, and we always encourage them and create a platform in that way. So yeah, just stick to their skills and make sure that they in one-day cricket just execute the basics for longer. Like I mentioned, consistency is definitely one of the things that I've been preaching in the changing room. But the other one has been momentum as well. One game at a time. We try and create momentum. Game in smaller spaces, starting at nets, how we prep. So, like I said, consistency, creating momentum, one game at a time, going to the Dolphins game now and Province next, and then obviously ending off with the Titans the 19th. And hopefully, things go our way, and then we can get a playoff and end of the season on high.
Time for the toss. Rudy Birkenstock is our match referee. He's provided the coin for Marcus Ackerman of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and the call will come from Clyde Fortain, the captain of Goldrush, Boland. Tails is the call.
And it is a head.
It is a head. Right, Marcus, you won the toss. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we're gonna have a bat first.
Reasons?
It's been used in previous games, so we're hoping that maybe it does slow down a little bit and take a bit of turn late on in the game. But just a bit of runs on the board has been a good template for us in the beginning of the comp, so hopefully we can put some runs on the board.
You've had a tough start to the competition, haven't you? You want to turn that around?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, what's happened has happened, so hopefully we can look forward to this game and the next one and hopefully put a good performance in.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's bring in Clyde. Clyde, you've lost the toss. You're going to be in the field. What would you have done?
Probably would have batted first as well. It looks like a used wicket. So yeah, would have probably batted first as well.
You missing anybody special today?
Glenton is out. He's got an eye infection. And then we've got the two youngsters, Giovanna, who's making his debut, and Nathan Jacobs coming in.
That's fantastic. It's a big loss not having Glenton, though, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously we know his experience and what he offers with the ball and in the leader of our attack. So yeah, I think it just provides an opportunity for another youngster to come in and perform.
Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's the news from the middle then. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins have won the toss. They're going to have a bat.
Good afternoon and welcome to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium for another round of the One Day Cup. Hollywoodbets Dolphins versus Goldrush Boland. I can tell you from the middle that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins have won the toss. They've decided to bat first on what looks like an incredible afternoon here down in Durban. With me I've got Ben. Ben, good afternoon.
How's it going? Yeah, good afternoon. It's nice to be back here. I think it's an interesting decision from the Dolphins to bat first. I had a look at the wicket about half an hour ago and it looked very, very dry. It looks like it might turn. So I think Imran Tahir and Manak will be very excited to have a go at it later. And obviously a very important game for both teams.
Yeah, very, very important. Two middle table teams fighting it out almost for that fourth position on the log. Will be an interesting encounter. I'm sure we'll see exciting stuff with both teams wanting to get that upper hand and get that win in the end. Beautiful conditions here down in Durban. We've got a northeaster blowing off the ocean. There's not a cloud in the sky that we can see. Nice and blue. Sun's nice and high. Looks like Keith Dudgeon will be opening the bowling from the old Fort Road end. So we see Cloud Fontaine behind the stumps, just guarding traffic.
Yeah, Vaughan, obviously Dolphins had a very disappointing game versus the Dragons. Conceded 270, which looked about par. And Dolphins were not great with the bat. I don't think conditions were very hard. They got ball out 138, so they'll definitely want to improve on that performance today.
You see Tupang Detole and John Smuts in the middle for the Dolphins. Detole taking up the first ball. Here we go. Oh, great start from Dudgeon. Testing the outside. Oh, excuse me for that. That wasn't me. And that come from the middle. Do apologize for that.
I reckon that kept quite low, Vaughan. Don't know what you think.
Yeah, it just looks like Keith does like to swing it into the left-hander, but it just looks like it's hit a seam and just held this line. He will be quite a tough customer. He has played here before for a number of years, so he knows the conditions very well. Nothing like a bouncer just to get that back nice and warm.
Yeah, Keith's obviously vastly experienced, played some county cricket overseas and did quite well before getting injured. Very experienced campaigner, has been really good the last couple of years and got picked up in the SA 20, so his confidence is pretty high.
Well bowled again from Dudgeon. Checking those stumps, yeah. I know him on a personal level as well. I've known him for many a year. Ex-part-time boy, so up in Joburg. He's now married to Michelle. They've recently just got a baby boy. Yeah, so good to see Keith just keep doing what he's doing and keep fighting, obviously through the injury. Short. Hit straight to Rulofsson at cover.
Vaughan, what injury did he pick up again? It was quite a bad one.
I think it was an ACL. Knee injury. Let's have an up. And then the long road to recovery. But obviously come back a lot stronger and a lot fitter. So just shows you the type of character he is. Oh no, confusion. Luckily Smuts was close to the popping crease. Otherwise, that would have been drama in the first over. Tole just deciding to run straight to mid-on. Almost feel that there's a bit of nerves out there. Very good first over from Keith Dudgeon. End of the first, no runs on the board.
Yeah, well, that was a very impressive over from Keith. Set the field quite nicely, had a straight to square leg and a catching mid-wicket, and I think that's what you look to do, is just target the stumps. I think that's his strength. He's quite relentless. Got enough pace. He's not express pace, but yeah, that's kind of what he does. And it's actually good to see. I think Banak is going to open the bowling. Let's just see.
Yeah, it's Imran Manak. Tall off spinner. Very skillful spinner indeed. Yeah, we see John Smith's record. 166 innings, 5,741 runs, age of 37. Average 36. 38 50s and 900s.
Yeah, obviously John, very experienced campaigner. Vaughan, what do you think about this decision to bowl Imran Nak? I really like it. I had a look at the wicket, as I said, and it looks like it's going to turn and bounce, which is pretty perfect for him.
Yeah, I'll get to that now. 57 innings for Imran Manak, 86 wickets, average of 25. Economy of 4.5 for the tall off spinner. I think it's a fantastic idea, especially with the batters heading into the wind, into that northeaster. You've basically got to target that longer leg side boundary. I think it's a smart move from Goldrush Boland to throw him the ball. And there we see it. John Smuts trying to get going with the innings. It's been 8 deliveries with no runs on the board. And that pressure, as we can see, just hitting it straight to cover. It's coming off the outside edge of the bat. See the replay here. Imran Manak. Not scared to throw it wide and entice the batter to have a shot at it. He does skid it on as well with the brand new ball. So very clever from Goldrush Boland, and it's paid off. They've got the big scope of John Smith, and he's failed again.
Yeah, John's such a big wicket. We know what he can do as he gets going, and Dolphins will be devastated he's gone early. And yeah, Vaughan, I think we got that one right. I think Manak coming in and bowling, opening the bowling. I can see him being so threatening in his 10 overs. I think Dolphins have to find a way to play him properly and try to score enough runs off him, but don't lose any wickets.
Yeah, he's a wily character. He's full of energy. He wants to bowl, so he'll take this challenge on. He's opened the bowling numerous times, so he's used to it. He's used to the pressure. So we see the exchange or transferred player Eddie Moore coming to the crease now for the Dolphins. Originally contracted to Western Province. Very glad to see him playing some cricket. Very talented individual.
Yavon got 100 for Western Province in the T20 comp, so he's no slouch with the bat. Also looked up a bit of his career in England. He's played a bit of Div 2 county cricket and club cricket. Has a prolific record there, and we'll look to get onto it, which could play into the Boland's hand. Vaughan, I think this Imran Manak bowling to left-hander here is going to be licking his lips. Obviously, ball turning away. Be very fascinating to see how well Eddie Moore plays him here.
Yeah, customary coming around the wicket. Aiming for those stumps. Yeah, even with the turn, there's a lot of bounce, so it's good. It's good for the Goldrush Boland, but almost think to yourself that the Dolphin spinners are also licking their lips in the change room. Deciding to go a little bit wider there. Not enticing Eddie Moore to cut at all.
Yeah, I think that catching cover and slip are definitely in the game here. I wonder if I would have bought mid-off up, potentially try and toss him to it over the top.
Well bowled from Malak. End of his over. Successful over of getting the wicket of John Smuts. So we look at the replay again. Just falling over a touch is Smuts. Trying to hit the 2 square. Almost think that those feet are a little bit lazy at the crease. Not getting to the pitch of the ball.
Vaughn, what do you think of the decision to bat first from the Dolphins? I was quite surprised, I must admit. I thought it'd get a little bit easier to bat under lights this evening.
I honestly think it's a good idea. They know that they need to win, so I'm guessing they're trying to be as positive as possible. They want to get runs on the board. They want to obviously induce that scoreboard pressure to Goldrush Boland, who are in the same predicament as them. That 4th spot is not cemented down just yet. Bowled again from Keith Dudgeon, who's running into a little bit of a stiffer breeze than what we experienced a couple of days ago.
Quite like this angle he's taking to the left-hander, staying over the wicket. Left-hander, Vaughn, you probably know it's a little bit awkward when someone's coming over the wicket. That angle's quite difficult, especially kind of makes your head fall over quite a lot. It's good thinking by Keith.
Yeah, it makes it difficult also when the ball's swinging in. You almost think to yourself, oh, I can drive that, but then you, in the back of your mind, know that that ball is moving a little bit, so you've just got to be wary. Do you think that they can maybe take one person out of that leg side, maybe that square leg, and throw him into a catching cover, or maybe even behind the stumps as an extra catcher? They're trying to use the pace, but only as far as point.
Vaughn, worth noting that Dolphins have not scored a run yet.
Yeah, good disciplined bowling. The fielders look like they're here to assist their bowlers. They're on their toes. They're not really standing on the ring or expecting the ball on the ring. They're getting halfway or 3/4 into that pitch, so it's good. Yeah. Oh, great fielding again at point. Too much indecision in the middle from the Dolphins. They don't take the single with that misfield.
Vaughn, I like this little catching mid-off Boland are having there. I think as a batsman it's very frustrating having someone right in your face, and especially with Keith so accurate, you know, it could get very frustrating for the Dolphins here. Probably just have to stay disciplined within themselves and know that batting with time, the runs will eventually come.
Yeah, that's... Detole just missing out on that. Not too much of a half volley, but just missing out on that. Just was going to say before he started running up that he's almost in a... There we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Captain, whoever that is. Clyde Fontaine. Standing in no man's land. But he's obviously moved a little bit wider now because Keith Dudgeon's coming around the wicket to Detole. Short cutaway this time, finding the gap in front of point for 4. First runs on the board for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, I was going to say, Vaughan, actually quite like the thinking from Keith to come around the wicket just to bring the stumps into play more, and he's using that angle, but then he got smacked for 4. But anyway.
Yeah, just the length, a little bit too short, a little bit too much width. And the nice thing is Imran Manak can carry on his assault on Eddie Moore and the rest of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins from the Mgani end.
Yeah, Vaughan, you can often tell with offside field with the right hand off spinner to left hander how much the ball's turning by the angles of the fielders, and they seem to be in an angle that they understand how much the ball's turning here.
Played nicely up the ground from Eddie Moore for a single. Eddie Moore just greeting the umpire Babs. Maybe trying to say to him, if it hits my pad, just maybe look the other way. Quicker one through. The taller hitting it straight up to mid-on. No run.
That's a feature of Imran Manak's bowling, a little bit of variation of pace and trajectory. It's nice from the Tole. Rotating strike, that's probably something the Dolphins have to do against Manak. You don't want to sit too long and let him bowl over after over.
Push through a little bit quicker. The nice thing here also is Manak is getting through his overs quite quickly. Played nicely off his hips by Eddie Moore. End of the 4th. Hollywoodbets Dolphins are 7 for 1. Just a reminder that John Smuts out in the first over. Caught at cover off Imran Manak.
Yeah, this is a great start by the Goldrush Boland. Obviously, both teams need a win. Been so disciplined in their line and length. I think Dolphins need to be very careful here. I think strike rotation is key. When they get the loose bad ball, put it away, but just stay disciplined. I think the first probably 10 overs, so another 3 overs will be quite tricky. And then eventually things will get easier.
Yeah, they've just got to build a partnership now. These two. Start again by Eddie Moore.
The one thing I can say is going out there this afternoon, it is really, really hot out there. So Goldrush Boland probably want to get Dolphins out quite quickly. Good motivation, I guess.
Grant Olofsson covering some ground there in the covers. I almost feel that these two batters need to get used to the pitch. Used to the way it's bouncing, the way it's coming through. Oh, there's too many wickets early up here.
Interesting if they're changing the field here. Yes, they are. They're taking third man out, bring him back into the ring and putting a deep square. Maybe potentially a short ball coming here from Keith at some point in the over.
Wow, down the leg side. So 1 for the over.
Yeah, Keith will be disappointed with the one bouncer he's gotten over. I think it's important to be accurate there. And then the change in field is happening again, so they've just swapped what they've done or reversed it back to what it was.
Ball from Keith Dudgeon. Just to let you know, Ben, that you are allowed 2 bouncers in the over now.
Oh, okay. So he could have tried again.
I'm sure he will. He's still got another 3 balls left. But that line and length there is what he's looking for, especially to Eddie Moore. Don't want to freeze arms.
Yeah, that's when Keith's at his best, targeting those stumps, giving nothing away. Just gotta stay patient here, Keith. He'll get his reward if he just stays there.
Single taken. Rudolphson with the shot, just missing to his right.
Interesting to see the replay here. I think he was alright. The Tole. Quite quick between the wickets.
Driven, no run.
This is so good by Boland. One, you can almost sense there's something going to happen. I think it's frustrating out there. You know, they're not picking up runs quickly at all. Just feel maybe something could happen soon.
Straight down the leg side, but he's got protection at mid-wicket and square leg. As Dudgeon, that's the end of the 5th. Hollywoodbets are 9 for 1.
How many overs would you give Imran Manak? You know, because obviously you'd probably want to have him back later. Would you just give him another 1 or 2? Or just keep him going?
Well, he's only bowled 2, so they're only going at 1.8 and over, so you almost want him to carry on. I'm sure they've got another spin or 2 that can bowl. Otherwise, well, maybe another 2 or 3 overs max. But if they do have something extra or 2 in the locker room, then why not bowl through?
Yeah, I agree.
Try and put the Dolphins under immense pressure going into the middle overs and later on in the game.
Interesting here. Imran Manak's taken out his mid-wicket and he's put him in a sort of catching mid-off. Almost a catching extra cover. Very close extra cover now.
Chucked up hit. Driven hard. Through the gap. Rudolphson.
Heard in the stump mark someone say that's 4. Probably on the batsman. Interesting to see the replay.
Eddie Moore just having a little comment there. Do you think that he could be spot on? There we go. Well played by Ditole. Off his hip for single.
Let's just keep going, be patient here. Be interesting to see if Eddie Moore targets the short leg side boundary. I know he'll be tempted, even though it's against the turn. Has got a good slog sweep.
Good fielding in the covers.
And now he's moved him back to mid-wicket. Maybe potentially going to bowl straight to line here. And 2 straight. Clip for 1 on the leg side. Good fielding.
Just looking for a little bit too much is Imran Manak. At the end of his third, he's 1 for 9. After 6, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are 15 for 1.
Yeah, Vaughan definitely, as you said, almost he's trying to bowl the magic ball. Beat to perfect. What he was doing in the first over was absolutely perfect. Just getting enough flight, floating outside off, and let the turn do the rest. Not overcomplicating it. Keith will continue from the Old Fort end. He's going to keep the field the same. Maybe he'll change it at some point in the over if he wants to bowl a bouncer.
Slash hard and down to third man for a single. Good fielding by Nyaka.
Warren, just checking there, please.
Yeah, the Tole definitely wasn't in control of that shot. Just practicing that shot again, the non-striker's end.
Short direction, very good this time as Eddie Moore gets underneath the bouncer.
Yeah, I like that thinking, Vaughan, because he didn't change his field that time, so he didn't put a deep square. So I don't think Eddie Moore was expecting it. So good thinking by Keith. Just mixing up and playing those mind games a little bit. But I would love to see him just keep hitting those stumps the rest of the over and bringing those stumps into play.
Well negotiated by Eddie Moore, getting into a good position. Punting that back to cover for no run.
Boland clearly seem up for this. A lot of chatter in the field. That's the area for Keith. That's exactly where he should be bowling every ball. Just stay there all day. Don't get bored. Safe to say, Vaughan, there's probably not a lot of swing out there. Obviously, the white ball generally doesn't swing a lot, but particularly there's no good covering of grass on the wicket and no overcast conditions. So I think that line and mode of dismissal is a lot better from Keith. Just target the stumps.
Fielding by Blade Capel. Almost too straight with that line. If he misses the fielders, it runs all the way through. Only boundary field is fine leg and third man. Pierce the outfield, or the inner ring here. The outfield is a lightning fast as we see a change. Third man's coming up. Deep square leg going down.
I wonder if this is the bluff.
Swinging delivery down the leg side. Great placement from Eddie Moore. So we heard a loud groan from Keith Hudgen.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think it was a bad ball, but I think he was unhappy with the field as well. I thought he could have dived. And then sort of was deciding if he should, and then opted to not dive.
So 7 overs done now, and Hollywoodbets Dolphins innings that moves along to 20 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Better from Dolphins. Last 2 overs are both gone for 5. Scores 20 for 1 after 7 overs, so a little bit of a recovery. Boland will want to make sure that they don't get too far away, these 2 batsmen.
Better length from Manak. Getting it up there. Fontaine asking for help from the umpire.
Manak just must not get frustrated here. Keep it simple. This wicket will assist him. Just too straight again there. First ball of the over was exactly where it needs to be. Doesn't want to get too straight. It's a lot easier for the batsman when it's full and straight. Try get on that off stump channel.
Slow and turning. It's all even, just double checking.
I think Imran Tahir is watching from the dressing room, very excited.
Oh no, he's given his wicket away. He's hit a full toss straight to Blade Capel at a closest extra cover fielder. And the Dolphins have lost their second. 21 for 2. De Tole departs 10 of 24 deliveries. Just as we thought that they were recovering. Go ahead and throw his wicket away.
Bit of a disappointing way to get out, Vaughan.
Yeah, as we look at the replay now. Almost a nothing delivery, and it's just been hit straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it wasn't the best delivery that Manak's bowled. Yeah, and have to say, De Tole gave away his wicket there. That was a nice drivable delivery. If he just smacked it on the ground between the gap, it would have been brilliant. And we're so annoyed with himself. And Imran Manak's now got 2 for 10.
As we see Marcus Ackerman, the captain of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, coming out to the middle now to join Eddie Moore. 1,671 runs, average of 26. Wanting to try and get that up a little bit more.
Yeah, I just Imran Manak's probably looked at this Dolphins batting order, and of course there's quite a few left-handers, so you'll love that. Probably Eddie Moore is simply saying, Ackerman, it's turning, and it's slow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Marcus Ackerman plays. He sets up his innings.
Yeah. Marcus Ackerman, I mean, that record probably doesn't do justice. He is a good player. Very pleasing on the eye. Been around for a while. And of course the captain of the Dolphins, so he's obviously valued highly in the change room. And another lefty for Manak. He is probably loving this.
And getting his single down the ground. Nice and positive. Oh no. That is the nastiest bounce we've seen in a while. Not very kosher, and that's Ethan Cunningham trying to dive and save that delivery. Fortunately, just bouncing over his hand and over his head. Good work by Eddie Moore. Identified the gap. Just with a bit of luck, getting an awkward bounce for the fielder. They went to the boundary for 4 after 8 overs. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins are 26 for 2. We see Keith Dudgeon carrying on from the Old Fort Road end. Got a change in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Andy.
Hello, VVJ. It's like pulling teeth out there, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can understand why they open with the off spinner with 3 left-handers in the top 4. Keith Dudgeon's bowled a really good spell, and as I say that, I think a little bit of a mix-up in the field for Goldrush Boland. Backward point and the man in front of square, leaving it for each other. Gone for 4.
Good placement by Ackerman. Piercing that gap. Just with a bit of exquisite timing.
Very important game for both of these sides who are dwelling in the basement of the log. Boland have got 8 points from 5 games, and the Dolphins 6 points from 4 games. So game in hand for the home side, but both of these teams losing their previous games quite heavily. The Dolphins here against the Dragons on Saturday. You were here, Vaughan, and very much a one-sided contest.
Yeah, it was. I'll tell you a little bit more now.
Edged, and that's 4.
Beautiful bowling from Keith Dudgeon. Yeah, they had Northwest in all sorts of problems. I think they were 6 down for 100 or so, 80, somewhere around there. They went on to score 260. And when Hollywoodbets Dolphins went into bat, it just was absolute chaos. They didn't know what was going on. You'd probably say about 7 or 8 of those wickets were soft. So that's why I said to Ben earlier on air, I think it's fantastic that they've decided to bat first.
Try and exorcise a few demons.
Yeah, and also just to show that other teams, like, we're positive and we want to put some runs on the board. We want to put you under pressure. So from that point of view, hopefully they can. Hopefully they can get to that 250, 270 mark. And not have another collapse like they had one on Saturday.
Well, they lost by 134 runs against the Dragons, but they're probably perhaps in better psychological shape than Boland. That's well fielded because Boland gave up 400 runs in the field against the Warriors in Paarl on Saturday, which I suppose, VVJ, when you were playing, 300 was an outrageous score. Now 400 is the sort of new mark. It's, well, there's 50 overs. We should be able to score 400, and perhaps we shouldn't be as astonished as we might have been a decade ago. But, 400 they made, and in reply, a reasonable fist of things made by Boland, but they still lost comfortably.
Well bowled from Dudgeon.
By 87 runs. So a game they were never going to win. Whereas the Dolphins will probably feel that they were in the match here on Saturday, even though they didn't play terribly well. So 9 overs gone.
I don't think they were ever in the match, Andy, to be honest with you. Just looking from my vantage point, it just looked like they weren't here. They never arrived. We've got the stump mark sound effects. Yeah, as we see that the log. This is a must-win for both teams. Try and get into that top 4.
Imran Manak to continue from the Umgani end. Eddie Moore's started well. He's got 13 off 22. 2 wickets to fall. The 2 openers, John Smuts in the second over, caught by Rulifson off Manak. And in Manak's last over, Chapang Ditole holing out to a full toss. Blade Capel in the covers. He went for 10. So 2 soft wickets up front for the Dolphins. And just watching Manak bowl, I mean, it's not unplayable stuff. That's a good arm ball, a little bit quicker. There is some turn there.
Yeah, the slower balls, the more turn he's going to get, the more bounce he'll get.
Oh, sliced away. Gets through, so they'll cross for 1. Am I right in saying that Imran Manak's sister was here at the weekend? No? Cousin?
I don't know about cousin. So Rizan is Mo Malik's sister.
Aha.
Who's fathered by Hussein Manak.
Right. Yeah, well, the Manaks go very deep in Gauteng cricket.
Sure, there must be some relation there somewhere.
I remember the Manak brothers playing for the Transvaal as they were in the 1990s.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to play quite a few games with Hussein in the B-side when I first ventured out.
Nicely played, down the ground for 1.
End of the over, 4 from it. As we heard umpire Babs, end of power play 1. Then we see the results from the Hollywoodbets side.
They'll be very disappointed about that abandoned game against the Tuskers. They had the better of it when finally the light and a little bit of drizzle closed in Maritzburg last week.
Yeah, lost to the Warriors by six wickets. Then beat the Titans by 12 runs, stuck with Lewis. No result, and lost to the DP World Lions by 7 wickets. And then last week Saturday, losing to Northwest Dragons by 134 runs. So they'll be hoping to turn the tables somehow. To see a change now. Frisco Adams coming to attack. Oh, sorry. My mistake.
This is Giovanni
Barron
on debut. He's played 5 games of first-class cricket for Boland over the last couple of seasons and 1 T20 game, but this is his first Pro 50 match, and he's in because Glenton Stearman has picked up an eye infection. That's why he's not playing.
I think I must go check my eyes. Gee whiz. Looked like Frisco Adams.
Yeah, Frisco's actually 12th man today. So, yeah, chatting to Clyde Fontaine, the captain at the toss. He was the one who told me that Glenton's out with an eye infection and that it makes a huge difference because he's their gun bowler, both up front and at the death.
Oh my word. Good
How
fielding.
about that? That is absolutely brilliant from Gavin Kaplan.
Serious stuff there at cover.
That had 4 runs written all over it. Ooh, you'd have been pulling your hair out if that had been you.
Probably would have said to the fielder, "You're lucky." Shot.
This time he has got it through, and it is 4.
Yeah, good placement from Ackerman. Barron just over pitching a little bit. Just a little bit too wide. See coming around the wicket. Allowing Ackerman just to free those arms.
Ben Jarvis was mentioning when Ackerman came in that his figures don't do him any justice at all. Averaging 26, I think, in List A cricket. Oh, he's a way better player than that.
Better from Barron.
That's a good leave. Barron, by the way, was educated at Charleston Hill Secondary School in Paarl and then went to Boland College. And he's an all-rounder. He'll bat in the lower middle order. In the air for quite a long time.
Uppish.
So power play score was 38 for 2. And that may sound very dilatory in modern cricket. Just 3.8 runs and over in the power play. But they lost 2 wickets. And it wasn't easy to get the off-spin of Manak away. And, trouble. He's come a long way. Out! That's a brilliant piece of fielding. And that is Blade Capel with the throw, I think. Absolutely brilliant. And what an awful way to go for Eddie Moore. Quite rightly sent back. And thought he had it covered.
I think it's Nathan Jacobs.
Nathan Jacobs.
Standing at backward point.
And that is Moore gone.
And you could hear the anguish in Ackerman's voice. No, no, no. And direct hit. So we see the replay here. Oh.
Just such a good quick release, wasn't it?
It's great fielding. Eddie Moore has to depart. 15 of 24. So Martian Pillay replaces him.
So a ball left in the 11th over. When it's not going your way, things like that just happen. Just looking at that replay, how quickly the ball went to him and how quickly he got rid of it. That's what affected the run out.
I think even one better, he sort of knew with Ackerman playing that type of shot, he knew that the only time he's going to throw it is at the bowler's end. I don't think he was ever going to throw it at the keeper's end. And I think that also helps just to calm yourself down and just make sure that when you get it, like you said, and you release it quickly, you know exactly where it's going. Imran Manak still carrying on, yeah, as we see Ramashan Pillay, average of 28. 6 innings, 168 runs.
He's a Westville boy. I shall be at Westville on Saturday, Vaughan. Very happy to see the rugby season starting in the schools, and Westville are playing Maritzburg College.
So you're also one of those guys, eh? Should still be playing cricket.
Yep, quite right.
But yeah, winter sport has taken over. It's all gearing up for that English series later on this year. I'm sure there's a few Springboks licking their lips to face Henry Pollock.
They just got a bit tangled up there, and therefore that's off the mark for Ramashan Pillay. I think Imran Manak might have been taken off if that wicket hadn't fallen in the previous over.
Yeah, even that first delivery, he'd be upset with himself. It's not him, it's not his length, it's not his line. Sure, you'd want to bowl more to Pillay.
Oh, trouble here if it had been a clean pickup, which it was not. It's Ethan Cunningham in the covers. I think if Pillay had been in for 10 minutes, that would have disappeared. Half tracker from Imran. Change in the field. Clyde Fontaine came all the way down from his position behind the stumps. He's got a slip and he's got a short extra. A little bit of pressure being applied.
It's Moy's line, Moy's length.
Just get the feeling that this innings from Marcus Ackerman is key to try and hold the innings together. Good leave. So 3 runs off the over, 45 for 3. It's something that we spoke about over the weekend. Well, let's have a look at Boland's results. First of all, there we are. The 2 wins, one against the Tuskers by 43 and against Northwest by 6 runs. That was a close contest. And then defeats to the Titans, Western Province and the Warriors. That was the game I mentioned where the Warriors got 400. And
yeah, but even that Province game down in Newlands, they should have got a lot closer than they did. They should have won that game quite easily. Missed opportunities. I did watch that game on TV.
Giovanni Barron bowling his second over. Oh, full toss. And it seems like the Dolphins are looking to get out to bad balls today.
That's what happened on Saturday, Andy.
You couldn't ask for more, could you? Coming to the crease, a nice low full toss.
Should be hitting that into...
Smack it through extra for 4. Oh, leading edge.
It's all happening here at Kingsmead.
It doesn't look like a minefield out there, but they really are making hard work of it at the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Playing on the left edge of the square, so short boundary to the offside for the left-handed Ackerman. Oh, good shot. That's the best shot we've seen today, and it brings up the 50 for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, over-pitched. It's straight back past the bowler for 4.
No follow-through at all, just gave it a good old clout. Quite a long half volley. Oh, beautifully bowled. That one looked like it did a little bit.
That nice corridor of uncertainty outside of stump.
Just watching Clyde Fortain behind the stumps, he doesn't seem absolutely convinced of where he should be standing. Nicely fielded. And I get the feeling that obviously he won't have kept to Giovanni Barron that much. And he's not quite sure of his release points. And so he's sort of hopping around a little bit behind the stumps, not quite sure whether to come up or stay back.
Yeah, it also doesn't help if you don't play at Kingsmead often. You also struggle to pick up. Well, I wouldn't say pick up. You struggle to judge the pace off the wicket. So you can see the release point, but sometimes the ball ain't coming to you. So you've just got to be aware of that. You rather stand closer than further away. I'll show you a photo. Obviously our viewers can't see, but I'll show you a photo of what happens when you stand too close and you get hit in the face. Standing at gully.
You couldn't pay me enough to field at gully. Oh dear, who's that?
Me.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Your young and lean years. What year was that?
2018, I think. Somewhere around there.
And did that eye recover?
Yeah. Got no nerve endings in my left cheekbone, but we're all good.
Who hit you?
Kevin Munger was bowling. John T. Rapalana got a bottom edge. And there was still that red momentum shade cloth here. Lost the ball. Moved my head just a little bit. Hit me in my cheekbone. Oh my word.
That's the second leading edge for Ramashan Pillay. Maybe it's his day.
Yeah, I got hit. Turned around just to check that I had all my teeth and no blood and everything and all looked good. I saw Avi was standing at point. And I looked up at him and he froze and he went white and he said, "You need to go off the field." I was like, "Oh, feel fine." I bowled from Imran and then walked to mid-off. Kaya was standing there, Kaya Zondo. And he turned around to the change room and he signaled we need to change immediately. He walked up. Nick Moffat saw me halfway. Quicker delivery from Imran, well fielded. Saw me halfway up and took me into the bathroom, had a look, and then told me, no, we need to go to hospital. And then...
Oh, in the air.
Got to hospital. Doctor said, too much swelling, come back in 7 days. And I proceeded to ask Nick if I can come back and play, and he said, no chance. It's the first concussion substitute in 4-day cricket in South Africa.
Oh, wow.
And Marcus Ackerman took my place in that game.
One more this way, Joby.
That's a nice little reverse sweep. He hasn't managed to evade the man on the one. So just a single, whereas it looked as if it might have been 4 off the bat.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the awareness of that short third man was unbelievable, because as Marcus went down, he was already moving across. So good anticipation, good awareness. Almost feel premeditated.
Now Barron's going to continue. 2 overs for 9. No close fielders now. 4 men out, 5 men in. Oh, that'll hurt in the morning. Smacked back by Ackerman, who hit a lovely straight drive for 4 in the previous over. Wickets to fall, Smuts 0, De Tole 10, Moore 15. Ackerman's played well for his 21. Pillai's ridden his luck a little bit for 6.
Yeah, this is good from Giovanni. Asking Ackerman to play every single delivery.
It's bowling at a nice pace, isn't he? It's not express, but it's also not military medium.
Oh,
That one stood up a little bit.
very interesting. Almost playing like a wicket that's a bit soft underneath. Just almost that spongy bounce. But we've had sun for the last week and a half. Very strange. Very strange.
Thinking about 2, but yep, they are coming, and he makes it.
Yeah, good running from Ackerman. And Pillay deciding very early that there was that blade cape on the boundary was a bit too deep. Squeezed out down to deep square for 1. Nice little bit of recovery, Andy, from the Dolphins batters.
Yeah, much needed. They've only put on 15, but it's starting to look a little bit easier out there. Ooh. I'm convinced that it's Ramashan Pillai's day. 2 leading edges and an inside edge. We'll have a little change in the commentary box. Vaughan van Jaarsveld going off to put ice on his injured eye. Ben Jarvis will come in and join me. Looks like we've got a bowling change here. Imran Manak is out of the attack, having done a great job for his captain up front. And coming into the attack now is Akona Mnyaka, a 33-year-old from Oudtshoorn.
Do you know where that is, Andy?
Not only do I know where it is, I've been there on several occasions. Went to the KKK festival there. Saw a chap with a t-shirt bearing the legend Praat Afrikaans ou hou jou bek, or words to that effect.
I must say, Andy, with your English accent, it's quite funny to listen to you speak Afrikaans. Still relatively young. Which province is it in, Andy?
Well, it's on the Garden Route technically, so it's Southern Cape. It's about 50 kilometres from George. You've got to go over the mountains to get there, though, the Otanika Mountains. Oh, good shot. That is a gorgeous straight drive from Marcus Ackerman. He's really looked good since he came out.
Yeah, I was about to say, Andy, he's looked pretty flawless. He's played some lovely shots, 2 down the ground now, which is always a sign that someone's in or got a bit of form.
Again, didn't try to overhit it. Played it nice and straight.
Yeah, Dolphins seem rather comfortable, I dare say, at the moment. I know it's not a magnificent score so far, 63 for 3. You'd still say it's Boland's game, but you just get a vibe out there that, you know, not one of those things you can explain, but you don't see Boland taking a wicket for whatever reason at the moment. It looks quite easy at the moment.
The odd ball is doing something unusual, and I get the feeling that you're never really in on this kind of pitch. Chance of 2. No, they're not going to push it this time, and wisely so.
Yeah, it's funny because Ackerman has looked a cut above everyone else. Everyone seemed to struggle a little bit. He seems to definitely got hold of the pace of the wicket, and as you say, the variable bounce. Obviously, I did have a look at the wicket, and there are a lot of cracks, and I think those will open up, and that's probably what causes the variable bounce. Also, the slow nature of it. It's hot out there, and the wicket is very dry.
Well, this is the most expensive over of the innings so far. It's gone for 7 with 2 balls remaining. Oh, and then he bowls a snorter. Ackerman playing down what he thought was the line and didn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, that's very well bowled. On another day, that would have taken a wicket for sure. Always something about a left arm pacer running in.
So good finish to the over from Akona Mnyaka with 2 dot balls, 7 off it, 65 for 3. And as much as the Dolphins lost 3 wickets in the power play, which, well, actually just outside the power play, the 3rd wicket fell. And you never want to do that up front. It's one of the things that we always try to remind players. There's so much time. It's a 50 over game. It's not a 20 over game. You don't have to panic if you play out a maiden over.
And I think you should have a chat with Baz McCullum. I think he'll try to convince you otherwise that you got to go hard the whole time. Have you seen Joe Root bat in one-day cricket, Andy?
I have.
He's the master of just rotating strike for 20, 30 overs and works every single time. I can imagine Baz McCullum was probably saying, I know you're batting well, Joe, but maybe play a reverse ramp or something extravagant.
Oh, Baz is a Kiwi, of course, so he has some odd ideas. And, for those of you who didn't get up early this morning, not good news for the Proteas. After winning the opening T20 comfortably by 7 wickets, they lost as comfortably this morning. New Zealand getting 175. And, leading edge gone! So it wasn't his day. That's the third leading edge for Ramashan Pillay, and this time it causes his downfall, and that's a first wicket in List A cricket for Giovanni Barron. Pillay gone for 9. It's 65 for 4.
That's what you're talking about, Andy. Invariable bounce. Let's see if it bounced a little bit more. Can't quite see. Probably. I don't know if it was maybe just a little bit slower. Threw a shot too quickly. And that is 16.3 overs bowled. It looks like the two teams are going to have a drink. And I think me and Andy will have a quick drink as well. Just a quick recap. Marcus Ackerman 29 not out, and Imran Manak 2 for 26 of the standout performers.
While the players have a drink, let's welcome the new batter to the field for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. It's Hanu Fuyo.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, new man at the crease after drinks. Hanu Fillion, look at that average, 48.18 from 21 innings. And that goes back to last season when, towards the end of the season, and remember that the Dolphins went all the way in this competition last year, and he tended to come in and finish the innings. So that average, there's a lot of red inkers in there.
Yeah, I was about to say, Andy, where's this guy been? And I saw he hadn't scored 100 yet.
But
Maybe a bit of a David Miller.
But 650s in 21 innings, it's not Bradman-esque, but it's very good.
Yeah, and this is a good situation to be in because, as you said, he finished innings. Well, he's got a lot of time today. And I always thought with a player like David Miller, Andy, it's a pity he doesn't come in early in an ODI because he actually can knock it around and bat a long time.
Well, Barron's bowled 4 dot balls, including the wicket, in this over. That's a good line to the new man.
Modern day cricketers will say, why on earth is he leaving the ball? What's this about?
Let's see whether he can bowl at the third maiden of the innings. That's what got the Dolphins into trouble up front. There was nothing to hit. Oh, no, doesn't get the maiden. They've managed to burgle a single there. So that's Fillion off the mark. It's 66 for 4 after 17.
Yeah, Boland definitely Fillion on top. Here's the wicket again. Probably just threw a shot a little bit early, Andy. Wicket probably a little bit slow.
I think he needs to get the video out and have a look at that and then go in the nets, because he's got a leading edge 3 times in the innings, and all 3 could have been out. The third one was. Now, I should just apologise to Akona Miyaka. He's not from Oudtshoorn at all. He's a Hudson Park boy.
Now, where is that, Andy?
Played for Border. Oh, Hudson Park. That's down in East London. That's where the Springbok twins came from. The Undanganis.
Odwa and
Akona. Who still look identical. They've still got the same hairstyle that they wore when they started playing first-class rugby. I've seen them in a room together, and I can't pick them apart.
Then a lot of adverts now.
Yep.
All the children who grew up around my era loved those two. They were, everyone was fans of those two.
Good shot from Ackerman. There's a lot resting on Marcus Ackerman now with 4 down.
Yeah, and he's looked so good. So, a lot of his resting on the shoulders, as you say. He just probably needs a partner in crime. Not necessarily someone to score runs, but just to stick with him and, form some sort of partnership and backbone.
You got to take it deep, haven't you? They've only had 17 of the 50 overs, and they've thrown away 4 wickets during that time. You just stop throwing wickets away, and you've got a chance.
Particularly on this wicket, I don't think it's going to get necessarily easy. I do think batting on the lights could be a little bit better. Ball coming onto the bat, but yeah, it's tricky out there. And he back to the rugby just quickly. Remind me which one of the twins played more for Springboks, because I remember one of them played quite a bit more.
Yeah, Odwa did. He went to the 2007 World Cup and obviously won a winner's medal there. And he played most of his rugby for the Sharks. Akona most of his rugby for the Bulls. That'll be 4. Not sure whether there's bat involved there. Yeah, leg by. Came off the thigh pad.
Not the best ball. Sliding down the leg side, you got to say, Ackerman actually did well to. I know he got pad on it, but still 4 is 4. He's got something on it, straying down the leg side.
Yeah, got inside the line. Got himself into a position to score runs, even if the bat wasn't involved, as you say. That's nicely played down the third man for 1.
Yeah, and it's always nice though when you, as a batsman, you get hit in the thigh pad and it goes for 4, and the umpire gives it 4. You just keep quiet and take the runs.
Ackerman taking the time to have a long chat to Hanu Fulyun before the last ball of the over, reminding him of his responsibilities.
Said quite an interesting field here. Watch for the short ball with the deep square and fine leg.
Yeah, huge gap on the onside, but that's a good line. Good finish to the over. So 6 runs from it. Only 2 of them will go against the analysis of the bowler.
I wonder if they're leaving that gap out there to almost say to for you with the short ball, no, take it on. There's a huge gap. You know, not
You
necessarily.
can hit it anywhere. Go
Yeah.
on, go on.
Meanwhile, there's a field, a deep square that could take it. It goes far enough. Which is quite a long boundary though out there. I don't know if it'd be hard to get enough of it to go to on the boundary riders.
Yeah, it's a lopsided look to the field because of the fact that we're playing on the left edge of the square. One very short boundary and one very long boundary. Barron into his 5th over, coming into this side because of the eye infection acquired by Glenton Stearman, and he's doing a fantastic job right now. 1 for 15 off 4.
Big boots to fill for sure. Stearman's had a very decent season for Boland. I wonder if Ackerman will be tempted to take on, my apologies for you, and will be tempted to take on the short leg side boundary here.
Well bowled. He just overpitched a couple of times in his first 2 overs and suffered with boundaries, but since then Barron has really gone well. Just a little bit of a breeze blowing in off the sea, but it's a hot day out there. Temperature in the 30s.
Me and you were out there for 20 minutes, Andy. And it was overwhelming for 20 minutes. I can't imagine how Boland are feeling. Very typical Durban heat. Yeah, Andy, as you said, he's been over pitching. I just wonder on this wicket, I probably don't think that's the length of ball. I know on some wickets when it's moving a bit or potentially it's coming onto the back quite nicely, it can be a good option. But this wicket, you definitely have to drag your length a little bit back. It's quite easy to hit the half volley.
A little bit of an inside edge onto pad there, hence the groan from the bowler. So this game is nicely poised now. 73 for 4 off 18. We're in the 19th over. And the Dolphins losing wickets on 0, 21, 42 and 65. So we haven't had a significant stand at any stage. And it always looks as if there's a wicket just around the corner.
Yeah, it's definitely just been a solo battle from Ackerman. And as you say, just needs someone to hang with him. He's looked, way ahead of everyone else.
Just 1 run off the over. Batters are receiving instructions along with gloves by the looks of things.
I suspect it's so hot out there, Ackerman's gloves have gone too sweaty. Probably needs a new pair.
Oh, he's stripping off out there.
Would you fancy batting out there today, Andy?
I always fancy batting. It's bowling that's hard.
Particularly fast bowling.
Yeah, Ackerman's having a little bit of repair work done. Not exactly sure at this distance what it is. Anyway, he's got himself into the 30s, and if the Dolphins are going to prosper in this game, he's got to turn that 30 into 100, it seems to me.
I would go as far as to say, Andy, even a 70, another 40 runs, even another 7, another 40, 50 runs could be really, really handy. Just to give them something to bowl at. Maybe anything over 180, 200.
Yeah, but we're at that point where we have to remind people this is not a 20-over game. You're 4 down, 19 overs gone. There are 31 left. The most important thing is to use your overs, which the Proteas didn't this morning. Bowled out in 15.2.
And that was a T20. Yeah, Andy, I remember a couple of years ago when Rob Walter was the coach of the Proteas. They got quite a lot of criticism because South Africans are quite hard on sport. If you don't win a World Cup, they're not going to be happy. But I thought they're a really good ODI team. I mean, Klaasen was firing well and Miller. I remember a lot of the time they would actually be going at 3 and 4 and over until about the 35th, 40th over. And then they had the likes of Miller, Janssen and Klaasen to launch, and they ended up getting 300, 350. So, it can work.
There is always more time than you think. Or in the words of the late, great Bob Woolmer, whose Afrikaans was every bit as good as mine, Moenie panic nie.
Maybe you should teach Afrikaans lessons, Andy. My dad's definitely worse than you, Andy. Shocking.
Mnyaka to continue from the Umgani end. All the Boland bowlers have bowled a pretty good line, and they've worked hard.
Yeah, and it seems like a wicket you get rewarded for that. For example, like at Wanderers or Centurion, if you bowl a good line length, it doesn't guarantee anything. You probably just get whacked out the park. But today that's not the case.
Pick up a single to mid-wicket, who's quite square.
It'll be fascinating to see how Yun plays the situation. Often you can judge a player on how well they play a situation and not their stats. I think of Ben Stokes. If you saw his stats, you wouldn't think much of it. And
he is a great player.
Yeah, and people will go, oh, why is he so great? But you have to admire his work ethic and situation awareness. I always say when England are about 30 for 4, 30 for 5, okay, Stokes is on. That's when he's at best, and that's what you want from a good player.
Well, that Ashes Test match that he won at Headingley, where he got the not out 100 on the last day, and they put on, I think they put on the best part of 100 for the last wicket. That's the innings that everybody will remember. When Ben Stokes finishes playing, that's 4 more. Ackerman has really prospered straight down the ground. That's his 3rd boundary past the bowler. That was a low full toss. Well smacked.
Definitely seems like the way to go on this wicket. Typical slow wicket, just play nice and straight. Let's have a look at the replay.
And as you say, there's nothing for full. You want to be back of a length on this pitch.
Easier to put away, for sure. Yeah, and you don't get me started on that Stokes innings, because I'll talk for hours and hours about it. I'll take you through the whole innings. It's a better length. The one thing I would say is Leach's single is probably the most famous single in cricketing history.
Up there, but probably I would say that you're correct. Up there, maybe in number 2, Micaiah and Tini's single to get Mark Boucher on strike in the 4-3-4 game in the last over.
What a game that was. And Cullis's famous halftime talk, I think they're a bit under par.
15 runs short, boys. Oh, bold. Yeah, Micaiah came in after all the heroics, and he had to get down the other end, and he opened the face, ran it down to 3rd man, got down the other end, and Mark Boucher then hit the next one over mid-on's head for 4.
You do wonder if that's even more pressure than the top order, just because they've done so much work and you have to come make sure you don't get out.
Interesting body language there. Just the way that Ackerman's moving there, it's almost as if he's saying you've got to bend your knees, you've got to get down to the bounce of the ball.
Yeah, and be good for you to listen to Ackerman, seeing he's played so well today. He's probably playing the conditions really well. I would say that Fion's a little bit taller than Ackerman. It might be a little bit harder.
Well, look at those figures for Giovanni Barron. 5 overs, 1 for 15. Going at 3 and over. Brilliant stuff. Calling for 2. They should get that comfortably.
I wonder if Imran Manak will come change ends from them going into the Old Fort Road end, just because maybe to utilize that bigger boundary to the left-handers. Maybe see if there's more assistance that end. And as we were saying, off-way Andy, Dolphins don't have too much batting to come, so you feel this partnership is really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at next man in at number 7 will be Gomalelo Piri, who will also keep wicket. And then after him, Arian Gopalan and the bowlers, 9-10 Jack. So Tristan Lease coming in at number 9 is a quick bowler who bats like a quick bowler, always trying to smash it over mid-wicket for 4 or 6. But there's nobody in that bottom 8 that you would say, well, they can come in and get 50. That's not going to happen. So the hard work has got to be done right here.
Maybe it's Imran Tahir's day with the bat. You never know, Andy.
In 30 years of first-class cricket, I don't think he's got 50.
Today's the day. 46 years young. I do like how Fuyun's played so far. He's been leaving the ball, which is actually okay in this situation.
Yeah, that's what the doctor ordered. Oh, edged and gone, just as we were saying how well he was playing. That is the end of Hannu Viljoen, and it's a second wicket for Javano Barron on debut in List A cricket, and that is 81 for 5.
I think I should personally go to Viljoen after the game and apologise. I think that was my fault, Andy.
Well, Boland are over the moon at that, and so they should be. And there's an example of a wicket that was not given away. That's good bowling. He's really put the pressure on. He's given no free runs away as Barron, and eventually gets one in the right area, possibly a little bit of extra bounce, and Fortain doing the job behind the wicket. Viljoen gone for 5.
Yeah, I wonder, Andy, if he just got a little bit frustrated Viljoen with just leaving the ball and just wanted a little bit of bat on ball. It was such good bowling, such relentless bowling outside, almost test match length. Andy, have you seen, talking about commentators, Chris, have you seen the video of Shane Warne and Mark Nicholas?
No.
Just quickly, it was Tom Curran bowling to David Warner, and Mark Nicholas said David Warner has never got out in the 90s, and he was on 98. Ended up nicking it off to second slip, and Shane Warne lost it, it's fair to say.
Remember when Shane Warne came to South Africa with the Aussies in the early 2000s, and he actually had to go home because he failed a drugs test, which ended in him being banned for 2 years. And Mark Nicholas actually wrote a wonderful piece. He was living in Australia at the time, and Warne obviously had to stay fit and wasn't allowed to play cricket, so he was in the nets all the time. And one day Nicholas said, "Is it okay if I come and bat against you?" And he did, and he wrote a piece about it. And he said that the abiding memory, they were indoors, remember, in an echo chamber, was the noise that the ball made as it left the hand and came down to you. Last ball of the over, and it is a dot ball. So that is Dolphins 81 for 5. I'm going to step out for a little breather, and Vaughan Phineas-Feld will take my place.
How's it, Vaughan? Obviously, Dolphins 81 for 5, not the ideal situation. What have you made of the action so far in the last 30 minutes?
Yeah, how have you been? It's been good. Goldrush, Boland have been disciplined, they've been patient. They've asked the right questions. Yeah, okay, carrying on. Been a little bit unlucky, I think.
How impressed have you been with the debutant? I think 2 wickets now.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely. He's hit the right areas, right lines, right lengths. He's obviously doing what the captain's asked him to do. Good to see.
You feel if they get Ackerman here, Dolphins are probably say they're in a little bit of trouble, probably quite a lot of trouble now, but if they get Ackerman now, they're really, really under the pump.
Yeah, I don't even think it's gone that far, Ben. If they lose another wicket, whoever goes out, you just feel that there's no coming back from that almost. We might have a debutant coming in next. Go Boland. So there'll be a lot of pressure on that lower order. And watching on Saturday, they struggled with a bit of pressure on them. Obviously, it isn't their job to score the majority of the runs, but yeah, you don't want them under any sort of pressure. You want them to come in and have some fun towards the end of the innings. So a lot of emphasis on these two now.
These two just have to bat time. Only 20 odd overs bowled.
Good shot up the ground. Oh, bad bounce.
We've seen that a couple times today, earlier on, when Manak was bowling. Ackerman, I think that's his third 4 down the ground. Probably the way to play on this wicket, nice and straight.
Did all the hard work. Did Manak.
Yeah, and I wonder when Manak comes back into the attack, bowling to that tail enders could be really, really threatening.
Oh, they got him! Such a lazy shot. Trying to look to guard that down to third man. Nyaka getting a bit more extra bounce. Catching the glove or running it off the face. Is Ackerman. Fortunately, he's out for 40 or 52 deliveries. Good catch by Clyde Fontaine behind the stumps, and you almost feel that with that wicket now, it's all doom and gloom for the Dolphins. You see the replay. It's just almost a nothing shot.
Must say a wicket well deserved. Just wonder now with Boland, they really go for the kill here, and they introduce Imran Manak back in attack with Keith and wrap up the tail quite quickly. They've got such a good opportunity to bowl Dolphins out for 100 odd here and really give themselves a massive chance to go on and win this game.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now to get anything over, you feel, over 150.
Yeah, these two have a massive job. Good opportunity though, good learning curve. How to play the situation. They've got to see it as an opportunity to stand out. And what have you made of the wicket, Vaughan? It's looked quite tricky to bat.
Oh, I think the wicket's been good. Good bounce, good carry. There was a bit of swing early on through the air. But I think if you played with a nice straight bat and you picked your shots correctly and you were willing to sort of bat some time, I think it's a good wicket.
Right, he's opted to stay over the wicket here. He's got a sort of gully, 4th slip gully, still a sweeper and sort of a third man. That's well bowled. That's the end of the 21st over. Dolphins are in a little bit of trouble. 85 for 6. Only going at 3.9 over. You just feel they have to, even if they go 2-3 and over for the rest of the overs, just to get something. I mean, as Andy said, it's a marathon or sprint. 28 overs left. If they go at, 2 and over, that's 50, 60 odd, and that's something to bowl to at least.
Still have 28 overs to bat. As you can hear through the stump mark, there's the police helicopter flying around. Just doing its patrols in the CBD.
It's a sprinkle of a crowd this afternoon. Maybe we'll have a few more come in as the day goes on when people finish work. It is the Tuesday.
Very good here from the debutant. Must have been impressed with his discipline.
Yeah, one you can sense with how well Boland are playing. The fielders are getting up because their bowlers are bowling well. A lot of noise out there. Relentless, Vaughan.
Yeah, it's good. Good mental toughness. Just to stick at it. Stick at your job. Making sure you're hitting your lines and lengths as much as you can. Won't be all the time, obviously. We're not robots.
Scotty Boland's a little bit of a robot at times.
Yeah, he's probably one of the best exponents of being disciplined, hitting a line and length consistently. Good fielding from Blade Capo in the covers.
They've only got 3 out of the ring. My apologies, 4. Got a deep square. Fine leg, third man. Sweeper on the offside. Wonder if a short ball will come at some point.
And some good fielding there.
That's the end of the 22nd over. Dolphins in a little bit of trouble. Six wickets down. Boland recently got the big wicket of Ackerman for 40. Dolphins have only got 86 on the board for 6. They now decided to ring deep square up to a conventional square leg, probably just to keep that pressure on, seeing that Dolphins are under a lot of pressure and just to create more dot ball opportunities. And they've just moved slip gully to a sort of third slip, closer to the wicketkeeper. Bowl has changed his angle from over the wicket to around the wicket. Maybe just bringing those stumps into play would be a good idea. Interesting umpire and the non-striker just having conversation about Our captain is right-handed batsman apparently and bowls left-handed. Quite an unusual combination.
Good energy through the crease from Nyaka. Putting the man on debut under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with all the Boland bowlers. They seem like they're putting the hard yards in. It's hot out there, and definitely the field is supporting them. They started really, really well. Took up wickets in the power play. Thought Imran Manak was very, very good. And he's just changed his angle again. He's coming over the wicket. Probably just trying to keep changing the angle, keep the batsman guessing, make him uncomfortable, don't let him settle in. And they've just dropped square leg back to deep square. Look out for the bouncer and look out for the bluff. There's 2 balls to come in the over. Be interesting to see what he does here. And I like that deep square is not quite on the boundary. It's a long boundary out there, just hovering.
Bowled again. Definitely asking the right questions here, is Nyaka. Oh, flashed outside the off stump. To end the 24th over. Dolphins are 87 for 6. 26 overs remaining. Still must feel way too much time left in the game still.
Yeah, I know we go on and on about it, but they just need to try to bat out the 50 overs. The bowling, particularly the last 5 overs, has been relentless. It's been, I can't remember them giving Dolphins a loose ball. You know, you look at the score and you got to say Boland have deserved this. The fielding's been good, the bowling's been relentless, the energy's been right up. They do seem to want this game. They've taken the deep square out and put him to catching mid-wicket. I think that's a good move, trying to build more dots, keep the Dolphins under pressure. A lot of chatter and banter out there. Boland players still letting the Dolphins know they're out there and under the pump.
Short, well played by Perry. Guiding it down to that 3rd man boundary for 1.
Interesting, the batsman chaining his guard off stump. Probably trying to get in line with the wall. Such good bowling. Dot after dot after dot. Dolphins only going at 3.6 and over. They shouldn't worry about that at this point with the lack of wickets in hand. Just need to scratch out any score. If they can get to 150 maybe. Something to Boland, take a few early wickets. You know, it's never over till it's over.
Bowled again.
You feel, Vaughan, there's a wicket coming. I think Dolphins need to adopt an Aussie mentality. The Aussies have a rule or a goal with the bottom batters from 8 down that they each have to face more than 30 balls, and it gives them a good chance of getting a better score. And I think that's what the Dolphins need to do today.
Inside half of the bat. Yeah, these two just need to bat some time. They've got 25 overs still to go. Plenty of time to go. Both bat quite well as well, so it's not like two tail enders. Oh, as I say, that is inside edge into middle stump. And it's dislodged. Got Boland on debut, goes for naught of 10 balls. Bowled by Barron.
You got to say, Vaughan, Boland have deserved that, really thoroughly deserved that. They've been relentless with line and lengths, and it was coming. That makes Dolphins 88 for 7. Not an ideal score at all. They need to go Andy Capistaniel mode. Just face as many balls as possible. As he says, it's not a marathon. I mean, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And I don't think this man is going to adopt Andy's style, Tristan Lewis. As Andy said, he bats like a tail end. Tailender might look to take it on. It'll be interesting, maybe a bit of fun.
He batted nicely on Saturday, took his time. Just would have ran out of partners. Almost feel that him and Perry gonna have to stick around for a while somehow or some way. 25 overs gone, 88 for 7 are the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, Dolphins obviously lost that game against Northwest Dragons, and this game does not look good at all. Have a very good chance of losing this game. And you know, Vaughan, I mean, before the Northwest Dragons game, they had 3 games at home. Such a good opportunity to win the 3 games on the trot, and that doesn't look like it. I mean, it's already not going to happen.
So new bowler coming in from them, gaining in. Nathan Jacobs. It's the one that caused the run out early on of Eddie Moore.
Just clipped on the leg side for 1. Deep square. Tidies up. Tristan Lewis will be facing his first ball. Probably a little bit nervous. Team really needs something from him today. Bit surprised I don't have a few more fielders up. I'd probably bring sweep on the offside up just to keep Tristan Lewis under pressure.
Goldrush Boland will be hoping these next 3 wickets quite quickly. I think they'll try and have a target of 120, 130 in their mind.
Thought he got an edge on that. It's indicating to the non-striker that moved a little bit away. Yeah, I agree with you, Vaughan. A target of 121. 30. Boland will be delighted with that. I think potentially they could even reduce at 110 at this rate, the way they're bowling.
Played off his hips nicely by Tristan Lewis.
Vaughan, would you potentially bring up that sweeper on the offside? Just because, I mean, the situation, Dolphins are clearly in trouble, just to keep building that pressure.
No, you want to protect the boundary also, in case they slash one past cover. Well bowled from Jacobs again. Perry just needs to be careful here that he doesn't play around his pad.
Power's captain, I would be tempted to bring back Imran Manak. He's had an amazing domestic season. It's been relentless, and I think he'd be really good with trying to wrap up this tail.
Well bowled again by Jacobs. Only 2 coming off that over. 26 overs done. 90 for 7. Baron is going to continue from the Old Ford Road end. He's bowled well in his debut for the Goldrush Boland. Oh, inside edge again. Too close to him. And as we see that middle and off stump out the ground. Tristan Lewis has got to walk back all the way to the change room. Playing that shot way too close to him for 1 or 4 deliveries. Don't think it was too short, and I don't think it was too wide. Wrong shot decision, and he has to pay the price. And Giovanni Barron is on a hat-trick ball. You see there, Tristan Lewis just playing the wrong line, wrong length. Dolphins are now 90 for 8. What a dream debut Giovanni Barron is having.
Yeah, and he's deserved it as well. He's been relentless with his line and length. Looked threatening the whole time. Dolphins, interestingly, 2 chopped on. You know, not necessarily amazing balls, but just not the right shot, as Vaughan said.
Yeah, and he's just whispered in my ear. Ben, 11 for 4 after in 6 overs. That is insane.
And
it's a good stat to have, especially a fielding side. Definitely putting the batting side under massive pressure, as we see Imran Tahir coming to the crease now to join Perry.
Is this Tahir's day, Vaughan? You just never know. Maybe I'm being very over-optimistic.
I don't think with the bat, maybe with the ball, but not with the bat.
Yeah, 11 for 4. Bit of a disaster for Dolphins. And Boland deserve it. And potentially a hat-trick on the cards here. I want to see how Boland set the field for a hat-trick. I hope they get a few catches in there. Give the bowler every chance of getting a hat-trick. And interestingly, it looks like they might have a few catches. Yeah, so for the hat-trick ball, it looks like they have 2 slips, a gully, and a short mid-off. Let's see, here we go.
Oh, inches away. Inches away. Almost feel that Clyde keep this field going.
Yeah, I agree, Vaughan. You know, as you said, Imran Tahir is probably not known for being the best batsman, so just go for the kill here. Wrap this up as soon as possible, and they've even got another slip in there. Moved Gully into slip. They really sense the opportunity to bowl Dolphins, probably even for under 100 here.
Shot. MET striking that well through the covers for 4. Possibly just the length, just sitting up a little bit. Showing all the other batters how to do it.
Yeah, what a shot from Imran Tahir. We definitely enjoy that one. Probably one of the better shots of the day. Probably understanding that he's got to be the one to score a little bit of runs to help him give himself more to bowl at. Oh, it's such a pity from the Dolphins. 26.4 overs bowled, and they're not going to get to the 50 over mark, you feel. I mean, if they could bat another 10 overs from here, that would be ideal. And they've just decided to drop a deep square back. Probably test Imran Tahir with a short ball at some point. I mean, he is a tail ender. Probably make him quite uncomfortable.
I want to give him the single second ball to him next over. Oh, not going to die wondering is MET.
Well, you know, I would suggest trying to bat long, but also at the same time, the situation, if he feels that's the best way, I mean, I'm probably not totally against it at this stage, to be honest. The 20, if we could add another 20 runs playing that way, I mean, it's better than nothing. There's that short ball.
Very good over from Barron. He's got one more over left in the tank. Scores 94 for 8 off this 27 overs. Welcome back, Andy.
Thank you, Vaughan. Things have gone from bad to worse since I was here last. Jacobs to bowl his second over. It'll be a leg by, I think. Yep, confirmation of that. So Perry is on 4 off 13. Off 14 actually, and Tahir, it is second ball for 4, and I think we can expect more pyrotechnics from him here.
Oh,
not given. .46. Do you remember 46? You're not 46 yet, are you? No.
No, not yet. not for a long while.
The hand-eye coordination starts to go, you know. And it's not like he was Javid Meandad in his prime, although both men were born in Lahore. That's the closest they come in terms of batting.
MET thinks he's Javid Meandad.
Nice slower ball and driven powerfully for none. "20 Test matches, 107 ODIs and 38 T20s for Imran Tahir. And he's one of those people, when you look him up on Cricinfo, they have to put an extra page in for all the teams he's played for.
Yeah.
I think he played for Pakistan at under 21.
Under 19.
Under 19, right.
Yeah.
And then fell in love with a South African girl, as so many people do. Qualified for his new country. And this is his second stint with the Dolphins. And ever since his first stint, he's been growing his hair. You'll see when he comes out the field.
Oh, it's blonde as well. He's trying to hide all the grey hair.
Nice effort ball there from Jacobs. Thrashing a bit of life out of the pitch. 96 for 8. Talking of the pitch, I mean, we can't blame the pitch for 96 for 8, can we?
No, not at all. I think if we look at the way these dismissals have gone about, I don't think anybody's got a peach or something decent. They can say that the bowler got them out. I think a lot of the batsmen have thrown their wickets away, being a bit soft. So again, no one wants to show a bit of application. Bit of time out in the middle. Gone are the days when you see an opener or number 3 bat for a long period of time and get 100.
Now Barron is looking for his 5th. And what a dream debut this is. This is his final over.
You almost want him to get a chain, man. 5 more deliveries.
Looked a little bit nervous in his first 2 overs. Bowled a couple of long half volleys that went for 4, and since then he's bowled like that. It's such a low target that they're going to end up chasing that it's almost impossible to even think of bowling tactics. Clearly just back of a length is difficult to hit, and there's a little bit in it for the spinners.
Yeah, and in saying that, and if they get the next 2 wickets quite quickly, they'll have possibly another hour? No, about 2 hours worth of sunshine.
Well, that's a huge thing, isn't it? You know, when you win the toss and bat first, it's because you don't particularly want to bat under lights.
Yeah. So I jokingly said to you, you'd be home by 6. Still a possibility. You'd probably be on the road though, because you live so far away. Hope all the cattle are doing well. They're well fed still.
Yeah, they're well fed, and we've managed to avoid foot and mouth so far.
Shot from Perry, no run. Fielding there by Grant Olofsson at point.
22-year-old Piri went to St David's in Johannesburg and then to UJ. Made his T20 debut late last year and scored 64 off 32 balls. I think that was against the Tuskers.
Actually, I think it could have been, but it was down here. I'm sure. I have to have a look and see. Oh. Fielding there by Blade Capel.
So I think that was a maiden, wasn't it?
1 run.
Sorry, 1 run off the over, you're right. 97 for 8. And that is the end of his allocation. So finishes up with 4 for. And at the toss, Goldrush Boland were worried, the captain told me, about missing Glenton Stearman, their gun bowler. And so they gave a debut to this young man, Durban Barron, and what a day he has had. Barron finishing with 10 overs, 2 maidens. Sorry, 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 24.
Yeah, you're right. Dolphins versus the Tuskers. 1st of November 2025.
Now we've got to change of bowling, bit of slow left arm coming into the attack.
Another ex-Dolphins Academy player.
A lovely French name. This is Yves Kamanzi. DHS, old boy. And hooked up with Boland when he went to the University of the Western Cape. He was at the Dolphins Academy in 2019.
That's 2 leg.
That's a run. Imi having to stretch the hamstrings a little bit there. Got another DHS boy due in next. Bayanda Majola.
No.
Yeah. Bowled quite nicely on Saturday.
Yeah, got 3 for, didn't he? Gets it away through square leg.
Yeah, he got 3 wickets. Just occasionally just bowled that bad ball, but wasn't too bad. Also brings up the 100 for the Dolphins. 29.5 overs.
Yeah, it's not what you want, is it? Squirt through square leg by the number 10 to bring up the 100.
Yeah, he lost his line and length a couple of times. Did Majola. Got dealt with properly, but took 3 wickets.
In the air, and whoa, what a catch!
Goodness me. Looks like from Breezy's.
Yep, it is. Jedley van Brussy's.
Beautiful catch that. Oh, AKA baseball player. No mitt though. Perry has to go for 5 of 21 deliveries. It's a 9th wicket down for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Snatched out of the air. Unbelievable athleticism.
Well, I heard the umpires say, let's go and have a drink. Let's just have a look at that again. The Perry, he thought he'd got 6 there over extra cover. Fabrice's was greased lightning around the boundary. And having got there, it wasn't the easiest of catches. Not only did he have to take the catch, but then avoid stepping over the boundary. And he did all of that to Jedley Fabrice's. And now the Dolphins are 101 for 9. The umpires have summoned the drinks on. We'll have a short break.
How you said? How are you doing? All right. I'm good, man.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the crew for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Bayanda Majola.
Buddy. Right.
Welcome back. Drinks have left the field, and the last wicket pair is at the crease. The non-striker will be the new man, Bayanda Majola, because the wicket fell off the last ball of the over. So Imran Tahir will be on strike. Jacobs has changed ends and will be coming on from the old Fort end. He's got a slip in place for Imran Tahir. Square leg is going out to the boundary. There's also a third man and a fine leg. Sliced away. There is a man at third man. He is not going to get there. Keith Dudgeon made the hard yards, but he was still probably 5 short. So I was just wondering whether Bayanda Majola would actually face a delivery, because I felt that Imran Tahir was on a mission.
Luckily that fell into no man's land.
So here he is, young man, just 19 years old. He captained DHS last year. Current player for SA under 19s. He's in the side for his bowling, not his batting. Nearly snuck through, but he's off the mark. That'll be a big moment for Bayanda Majola. Well, when they lost the toss and were condemned to field in the sunshine, Goldrush Boland probably felt they'd got the wrong end of the pineapple. But here they are. They've got the opposition 103 for 9. That's another one straight up in the air, but this one has got some elevation on it, and it's gone all the way for 6. It's the first 6 of the innings, and it takes him into double figures. Well done, Imi.
I saw the mid-off and mid-on just standing still. I thought, oh, no, they're all out. And the ball just kept going away and away and away, and then landing on that black cloth.
That's it. I think we both thought that was straight up in the air, and he got enough on it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything. I thought, oh, goodness. Beautiful strike, though.
Well, he's got a reason to try and score runs, because he might not get on to bowl with a total like this.
No, I'm sure they'll get him to bowl.
We might give him the new ball, eh?
Possibility. Do you think that Smuts might take the new ball, though?
There's another one in the air, and this time it is gone. That's the end of Tahir. That's the end of the innings. 109 all out, and it lasted 30.3 overs. So 110 to win for Goldrush Boland, at 109 all out, and Tahir falls for 15. Majola finishes not out on 1. And the Dolphins, winning the toss, choosing to bat, have subsided to 109 all out in 30.4 overs. 4 men in double figures. Ditole made 10. Eddie Moore run out for 15. Tahir made 15, and the top score coming from the captain, Marcus Ackerman, who played really well. Faced 52 balls, hit 7 fours. As long as he was there, you felt that Hollywoodbets Dolphins had a chance in this game. But he got a good one from Mnyaka, was caught behind by Clyde Fortain, and from that moment on, it really was one-way traffic. So there we go. Dolphins 109 all out. Because the innings has finished so quickly, there'll be a 10-minute break, and then Boland will come out to bat.
Madlang akong misis.
Mawubheka upende nje lapho.
manje kulwela le manje ukuthi silayithole.
Hayi ufuna atshelwa ayilande sifuna ukuthenga ngamasibomu.
Ngoba yazi sebuhlungu nawo wafika ngesimo nesisasebona.
Sorry. I said the best go fight.
Hayi, izophume kakhulu. Ngabe besayikhipha manje.
Hello.
Maliko time into ufuna usinikeza lona.
Kanjani?
Usikhipha phela
Itop. One manje ulapha manje manje.
Richard. Sure. Nasisikwa lapha endlini.
Yeah.
Ulapha umshuluzi.
Dragons head coach. Yeah, look, I think we had a decent season this far. Taking on the one-day comp, we've been a bit inconsistent with performances as individuals as well. But look, a lot of individuals stood up, produced some Proteas. Two left us now to New Zealand, so a lot of growth happening in the camp, but just a bit inconsistent. Yeah, look, it would have been nice to have them here, but they play New Zealand 3:30 Sunday morning. So yeah, all the best there. We're watching you guys after our win against Dolphins. Yeah, look, I think in this position of in the one-day comp, being mid-table, we're really just trying to stick to our processes, making sure we execute our basics nice and consistent. So the word in our changing room is obviously fight, but also just being consistent in our skills. I think when Proteas do get called up in Durban and Dian, we see it as an opportunity for other players to come in and perform. The message has always been to be the best version of themselves, and we always encourage them and create a platform in that way. So yeah, just stick to their skills and make sure that they in one-day cricket just execute the basics for longer. Like I mentioned, consistency is definitely one of the things that I've been preaching in the changing room. But the other one has been momentum as well. One game at a time. We try and create momentum. Game in smaller spaces, starting at nets, how we prep. So, like I said, consistency, creating momentum, one game at a time, going to the Dolphins game now and Province next, and then obviously ending off with the Titans on the 19th. And hopefully, things go our way, and then we can get a playoff and end of the season on high.
good one. Gets it past the outside edge, and that was an express delivery from the young man. Waking everybody up. Alongside me is Ben Jarvis. Right, Ben, put your captain's hat on. What do you do in the field here?
How's it, Andy? Yeah, this could be an interesting chase. Another good ball by Majola. Yeah, sometimes these low totals are a little bit awkward because you know you should win, and that can be a bit off-putting, but you highly expect Boland to chase this. If I was the Dolphins captain, well, you're only going to get or win the game by getting wickets, so they have to be quite attacking in the power play. I mean, they've got to take 3 or 4 wickets at least in the power play, so get a few catches in, ask the bowlers to be disciplined, and try create a wicket. Because, you know, if Boland go 1 or 2 wickets down in the power play, I suspect the game is basically over.
So Blade Capel, the left-hander, on strike, 28 years old, and a local boy. Went to Northwood and played for the Dolphins in 2018. Also went on to play for the Southwestern Districts Badgers before joining Boland. This is his 2nd season with the Wine Farmers.
He might be a little bit conflicted, Andy, today.
Oh, I don't think so. Good opening over this from Bayanda Majola. I mentioned earlier he captained DHS last year and lifted the trophy in the Clifton T20, where he bowled like the wind. That's well fielded, and he has got a bit of pace. That's what sets him apart. That's why the Dolphins snapped him up straight away. And interestingly, of course, he went straight from playing SA Schools 20-over cricket to making it through the auction for the SA 20 in the same season, and he's one of only 2 players to have done that.
Yeah, I saw him have a ball on Saturday against Northwest Dragons, and I was really impressed. As you said, just raw pace, something you can't coach. And yeah, the potential is definitely easy to see.
That's very well bowled, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a maiden over. Well bowled, young man. Of course, we saw this at the top of the Dolphins innings, where runs were hard to come by. It was also 0 for 0 after the first over, and then it was 0 for 1 as the first wicket of John Smuts fell. And although they didn't lose another wicket until the 7th over, it really was a sorry tale, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins innings. Tristan Lees will be bowling the 2nd over from the Mgani end. Young man with lots of pace, went to Waterkloof.
And he just interested to know if you commentated on Majola in these T20 comps at Clifton or not.
Yep, I did. That's nicely played. That'll be the first boundary. It's gone to the long part of the ground, but he timed that beautifully, and that is Rulofsson getting himself and Boland off the mark in the chase.
Yeah, probably not the start Tristan Lewis would have wanted. But yeah, it's quite fascinating. The 2 Dolphins openers are very young and both got quite express pace, so it's quite exciting to see how they go about today.
And also, of course, they've got Unkabani Mokoena, who's probably the quickest of the 3, not playing in this game. And there's that pace that we're talking about. Lovely carry through to Hanu Filyun.
Yeah, he's exciting, Mokoena, Andy. I think a lot of them did so well in the SA20, playing for, I think it was Paul Royals. Took lots of wickets. I actually know someone who played against him at high school and just said he was really difficult and quick, quite intimidating to face. I believe, and he also went to Northwood.
Yes, he did. Yeah, our co-commentator, Vaughan van Jaarsveld, knows him well.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that strikes you as seeing that he's got a really good attitude, which is probably the most important thing, particularly with fast bowling.
Yeah, made his 4-day debut in October, game that I was here for, and bowled really well.
It's quite nice of Dolphins to have 3 young pacers. Quite unusual, actually.
Yeah, I think that the future is bright, but they need to find some runs from somewhere. This is not the first game where they've been shy of a decent total in this tournament.
Yeah, they got bowled out by Northwest Dragons for 138 the last game. Potentially missing a few of their key players. Probably one of the reasons they're struggling.
Well, after that leg stump half volley, this has been a good over from Tristan Lees. Yeah, just looking at who's not here. Jason Smith with the Proteas. Bryce Parsons not here. Ethan Bosch with the Proteas. Kesh Maharaj as well. And Andile Similani. Sleip van Staden is here, but didn't make the side. And I think in retrospect, they probably feel that they should have found room for the extra batsman.
Yeah, Andy, even just to have some security of maybe batting Slade 7, could add a valuable 20-30 at 7.
2 overs gone, 4 without loss. Good start from the Dolphins bowlers. If this was the first innings, you'd be saying, okay, that's a bit tasty. With pace from both ends, a little bit of movement available, and this isn't going to be easy. But for those of you who've joined us late, Dolphins are already in and out for 109 in 30.3 overs.
And as you said, Andy, that's so many overs to bat. Imagine a score of 180. Looks a different game.
It's well bowled by Majola. Mentioned his cricketing pedigree at DHS. Played decent rugby as well on the flank. And I think it was in his grade 10 year where they persuaded him to concentrate on cricket. Don't get yourself injured for no good reason. And he didn't stop playing rugby completely, but I think he played sort of down the divisions a little bit.
Assuming just to have some fun.
Yeah.
I like that the Dolphins have a number of catches in. They've got a first and second slip. Yeah, Andy, there's another player who they tried to convince. This is a long time ago. Pat Lambie. They actually tried to convince him to play cricket.
I'm glad you mentioned Pat. Michael House boy, of course, who captained Michael House at cricket and played fullback for the first team. And the reason that I'm pleased you mentioned him is that it's his father's birthday today. So happy birthday, Ian Lambie, if you're listening. And you share a birthday with one of the finest players ever to turn out for the Dolphins, Andrew Hudson. Huddy is 61 today. I've said it many times on air. When he finally starts pushing up the daisies, hopefully many, many years from now, they will put on his gravestone 164 against the West Indies in Barbados. In the air and safe and 4.
Yes, I was well timed. Not a bad team to get 164.
1992, it was South Africa's first test match in 22 years. And their first test match ever against the West Indies. And that innings from Hudson, who opened the batting, put the Proteas into a position where they could win the game. And on the penultimate day, they got themselves into a position where I think they were 3 down with Vessels and Kirsten at the crease and looking favourites to win.
Like Boland today.
And then Ambrose and Walsh. On the final morning, they came in and they bowled like Ambrose and Walsh, and that was all she wrote. Good shot, that.
And yeah, I still can't understand how people faced Ambrose and Walsh with no helmet. It does not make sense to me. Just out of interest, Andy, what position did Majola play in rugby? Do you know?
It was a flank forward.
Yeah, looks flank. I was thinking flank or lock.
So Blake Capel with those back-to-back boundaries has taken the score into double figures, 12 without loss, and that is the end of the 3rd over. You and I were at the ladies' final on Sunday, where the target was 100. In this one, it's 110. So we've seen before that this is the kind of total that you just can't defend. There's nothing particularly wrong with this pitch. It's just a poor batting display by the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Here's Tristan Lees.
In reflection, Andy, I just wonder if that run out for more, how important that was.
Yeah, it's a good point, because he'd been there a while. He'd been joined by Ackerman. The pair of them were rebuilding the innings. And then Ackerman played one off an open face down to short third man. Moore at the non-striker's end wanted a run. Ackerman sent him back, but it wasn't in time. Oh, good shot. Saw it early and smashed it for 4. Beautifully done by Grant Rulofson.
Yeah, and the body language of the Dolphins is slightly down. Imran Tahir was quite enjoyable to watch. But yeah, Andy, and you felt watching those two, Ackerman and Moore, there's a potential for a partnership. But they look quite comfortable, and that was the frustrating things from a Dolphins point of view. And it was a run out, which makes it even worse.
Direct hit from the man at short third man. And palpably short of his ground was Eddie Moore. That's another short delivery this time. Rulofson doesn't get hold of it. Rulofson's got a first-class double century to his name, playing for the Tuskers in 2018, 224 not out against Namibia.
In Namibia?
No, actually, it was in Maritzburg. And there's a Namibian connection, of course. Our match referee today, Rudy Birkenstock. His 2 sons have both played first-class cricket for Namibia. That's a lovely stroke from Rulofson off the back foot.
You can see why he scored a double 100. That was a really, really good stroke. I just find Tristan Lunsby too short. You got to take wickets. I just don't feel short length is the way to go. I think Boland just put it on that good length and target the stumps. But yeah, Andy, speaking of Namibia, I hate to bring wildlife back. But if anyone wants to go to the bush, try go to Namibia. I think it's epic.
There's not much bush in Namibia, though.
Up north.
Right.
It's epic.
Whoops. That one seemed to sort of sit in the pitch. And Rulofson got the toe end of the bat on it. And what about, have you ever seen the desert elephants?
No, I'm trying to, well, I'm pretty much going to Namibia in August, which I can't wait for, so I'm going to try. We're actually going where the desert elephants are. But we're trying to go mainly to Natasha Pan. That's our main goal. Best place to see black rhinos in Africa.
Yeah, I've heard very good things about it. That's the end of the 4th over. Just that pair of boundaries disfiguring it. Boland 20 without loss, chasing 110.
What do you make of? Did you notice, Andy, that Tristan Lewis is bowling? What did you think? A little bit too short, or do you think that's a good plan?
Yeah, I would say just a fraction short, but you made the point. He's trying to get a wicket, and bowling line and length and stopping them scoring isn't going to get him a wicket. Incidentally, I know you're a qualified game ranger. I didn't know until I was studying for this game that Keith Dudgeon, who opened the bowling for Boland, is also a qualified game ranger.
I automatically think he's a awesome person.
A good
Andy.
oak. A good oak.
A good oak. If I see him, I have a chat with him. Did he guide at all, or did he just qualify?
No, I think he guided, yeah. And he says he's an ocean lover as well.
Do you know whereabouts he guided?
We'll have to have a chat with him after the game. It's been impressive stuff, this, from Majola. He doesn't look like a 19-year-old in his first season with provincial cricket.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with him. I think he's got lots of potential. Give it 2 or 3 years.
You were talking about that Clifton T20 that I commentated on last year. He put the fear of God into a few schoolboys, I have to tell you. They weren't sending for new gloves, they were sending for new trousers.
Yeah, that's funny, Andy, because professional sport, or particularly cricket, the tail enders, they get accustomed to facing quick bowling, so they get used to it. Tail enders at high school, it's one of the worst things, and it's quite funny to watch. We actually have a rule, Andy, at my class: no bowling short balls on the Astro turf nets.
Aha. That's 4 dot balls in a row, and he's just putting it in the right place.
Yeah, he's started really, really well. Dolphins desperate for a wicket. I mean, 20 without loss already is damaging with a total like this.
Yeah, and 16 of those runs from 4 hits. Ooh, taking the quick single there, and a little bit of pressure being applied, bringing the error.
Oh, you do think maybe Dolphins have to try something unconventional? I don't know what exactly. Maybe get Imran Tahir into the attack early. Throw over the dice.
Yeah, in fact, Vaughan van Jaarsveld was of the opinion that they would probably open one end with JJ Smuts, who takes the new ball with his slow left armers quite frequently. And yeah, as you say, if you're going to bowl him, you've got to get him on sooner rather than later. And I fancy that Majola, having settled into a lovely line and length in his 3rd over, I think Lease might come off now and we'll see a little bit of spin.
Yeah, I would like to see Majola continue. But yeah, I think John Smuts would be a good option. Also particularly hitting to the longer side of the boundary. He's actually used to bowling in the power play, so Vaughan's got a good point, and particularly in T20 cricket he's effective with it.
Well, we're wrong, because Tristan Lease is going to have another. Marcus Ackerman giving the orders. He looks like a schoolboy next to his dad, doesn't he?
Yep.
A scrum half and a lock.
Yeah. Got a slip in place for the left-hander.
Also interestingly, a catching mid-wicket or two catching mid-wickets, so maybe watch for the straight one.
Given a wide, it could easily have been a leg side strangle.
Worst way to get out.
I was talking about Andrew Hudson earlier, so let me just give a shout out to the organisers of the Kersney Easter Festival, because Kersney is Huddy's old school, and I think it's the 7th or the 8th year of the Easter Festival. Oops, a daisy, that's a proper wide. And I'm delighted that I'm going to be there commentating. And if you're in the area, the games are being played over Easter Thursday, Saturday and Easter Monday. And there's rugby all day on those 3 days, starting at 8:30 in the morning and going right the way through until 5 o'clock in the evening.
Easter is the best time of the year, Andy, for a couple of reasons. One, the weather is immaculate. The trees look beautiful. And as you're alluding to, all the Easter festivals around Joburg, Durban, Midlands, it's just like, it's a very enjoyable time of the year.
Looks a bit better going around the wicket to the left-hander, does Lees?
Oh, I didn't like his plan to bowl straight. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but just hit top of off. That's what Boland did. I know I said they need to get wickets, but sometimes overcomplicating and trying too hard can be not effective.
Well fielded.
What are Dolphins' chances of qualifying, Andy, if they lose this game? Are they out?
Well, we're just having a look here. This is their 5th game. And they've only got 6 points from 4 before today. And that probably means 6 points from 5. Oh, that's 6. It's the short boundary, but I think he's hit it well enough that it might even have been 6 on the other side of the ground.
Again, Andy, I just don't like the plan. And he didn't even have a deep square, deep mid wicket for the short ball. And the boundary's short. He's been smacked a few times already with the short ball. I just do what Kai Majola's doing and keep it simple. I just feel that's the best way to go about it. That's quite impressive stuff from the Dolphins fielder, Andy. I don't know who it is out there. I can't quite see.
I think it might be Ramashan Pillay.
Good on him. That's better.
It's Eddie Moore at cover point. He's saved a whole bundle of runs in this over.
Eddie Moore is a seasoned campaigner of club cricket in England. Scores a bucket load of runs every year. Averages about 80 in England playing club cricket.
That's when you know we need it.
Played a test match, of course, part of that South African second team that went to New Zealand in January 2024.
Can we not talk about that tour, Andy? It makes me quite upset. think Neil Brunt was captain.
That's right, yep. A number of guys who played in that series who probably won't play another test match, but when they retire they can look back and say, I played at the peak of the game. So Majola into his 4th over. That's good footwork. Rulofsson walked across to the offside and made himself an angle because he hasn't really had one from Majola, who's bowled really straight.
That's definitely good adaptation. Yeah, because he obviously knows Majola's line is outside off, so it's pretty clear thinking to move across and, as you say, create the angle for a few runs.
Oh, that's through. And that'll be 4. It'll race away from the fielder.
That was satisfying to watch. There's nothing better than a extra cover drive in cricket, one of the best shots to watch.
Rulofsson moves to 18 off 15.
And my favorite cover drive ever to watch was the cover drive of Ian Bell.
Well, you too young to remember Colin Cowdrey, another Englishman, rather better player than Ian Bell. Now he's done that again. You see, walks across and tucks it through mid-wicket.
Speaking of peak level cricket, I remind everyone again, because I'm so excited, Australia will be at Kingsmead in October for 3 tests. First time since the Sandpaper Gates. I think they came in 2018. I think it's 8 years since Australia have toured here.
Which is disgraceful when you think about it. And you look ahead to next season and you think that Australia are playing 3 tests and England are playing 3 tests. Why couldn't we play a full tour? I love the fact that they're both coming, but why couldn't we play a full tour against one or the other?
And then the next summer
play the others.
Yeah.
So remember that for many, many years, South Africa played 5 test series against those 2 teams, and only in the last decade have the ICC decided, no, South Africa's not good enough to play a 5 test series. The most they get is a 3. And South Africa, of course, has the last laugh because they are the world test champions.
Day 3 at Lord's, best day of my life. I think Markram's 100 in that game was one of the best 100s I've seen.
Well, it's career defining. He's such a good player. Anybody who's ever seen Markram get runs has no doubt of his quality, and yet he's underachieved. That's a good shot. Beautiful stroke from Capel. He moves to 19.
There's nothing a lot better than a Markram cover drive as well. That's a pleasant drive to watch.
40 without loss from 7. And just to compare that, at the same stage, the Dolphins were 26 for 2.
Looks like you have your wish. I think John Smuts is going to come from the Gainey end.
Yeah, it might be. Oh no, it's Tahir.
Oh, interesting. Okay, maybe they heard me. Highly unlikely.
Well, I think probably they look at the scoreboard and see that Boland only need another 70. And if you're going to bowl him, you've got to bowl him now. You wait a couple of overs and it's too late.
Last chance saloon.
Now, here's the question. So, Imi knows where he wants his field. How attacking does he dare be? He hasn't got a slip.
It's always an interesting conversation, particularly with the number of runs they have to get. How much do you risk conceding runs with the attacking field? With leg spinners, I feel this is fine. You know, because leg spin is such a hard craft. Particularly at the beginning. I watched a really good masterclass with Nathan Lyon. I know he's a right-arm off spinner, but he always starts with some fielders back just to get into a spell.
There's the googly. That's what he bowls so well.
What do you think, Andy? Would you have a few more attacking fielders?
No, I'm with you. I like that tactic from Lyon. You don't want to give anybody a free couple of hits to get their eye in. Reduce them to a single, and it'll be interesting here. I wonder whether he's going to put a slip in for the left-hander. I think he is, and that's what has made him such an effective one-day bowler over the years. He bowls such a good googly. It's not one that just goes a little bit; it goes a long way.
I wonder if the left-hander's going to try target the short boundary. We were out there, Andy, and we couldn't believe how short the boundary is.
There it is again, beautifully bowled.
And what's so difficult about it is he also pushes it through quite quickly, which makes it, you know, almost like an off break, a quick off break.
Well, he's going through his box of tricks. He's going to bowl one last ball around the wicket to the left-hander.
Maybe the googly, yeah?
Yep, you're right, it was. So, just a single off the over. Well bowled, young man. 41 without loss. We'll have a little change in the commentary box, and Vaughan Finyasfeld will replace me.
Wait, Andy, before you leave.
Oh, yeah?
Did you say old man? Young man?
Young man. Well, he's younger than me.
Vaughan, welcome back. Doesn't look too good for the Dolphins.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. No, it doesn't at all. And you need 110 runs. Thought this would have happened a long time before now. Maybe touch too late. Just gonna have to wait and see, I guess.
I do like the angle from John Smuts. Opting to come over the wicket. Ball turning away. I do wonder if the batsman's going to target the short boundary here. I've heard Dolphins wicketkeeper going on and on about the slog sweep potentially. I think he got a bit bad on that. Rulifsa does have a very decent slog sweep. I'd like to see John potentially float one up a little bit slow. I know it's not his style, but could create a wicket or chance.
Hit up the ground too long off for a single. And Boland will be happy with that, even if it's just 1 or 2 and over.
Yeah, they quite literally just have to bat and they get over the target really easy, and they're actually going at 5s and over at the moment. So in terms of a Boland point of view, pretty much perfect.
Come, boys. Beautiful. Before we know it, boys, he's through 50 overs.
Keep making a few jokes there.
Yo!
And if you're quite busy behind the stumps. End of the 9th, Boland off 42 without loss.
Vaughn, do you like the idea of Imran Tahir coming bowling so soon in the power play?
Oh, he has to. Yeah, they can try and take some wickets. You've got to try and throw your two biggest threats at Boland as soon as possible. That's why I always thought they would have bowled with John Smuts opening the maybe from one side and Seam from the other.
Yeah, I agree. If anyone's going to take wickets, it's these two.
Head up the ground too long on. Tristan Lewis cleaning up.
Yeah, we saw Imran Tahir bowl on Saturday against Northwest Dragons. Didn't have his best day out, so he'll be looking to rectify that today for sure.
Driven for no run.
Important that Imran Tahir keeps in that area. Of course, the left-hander could target the small leg side boundary. Capel will be looking in that area if it's straight enough.
Hit over cover for 4. As it rolls away. You almost felt that was coming. Once he's picked that googly, it's easy to hit with the spin. He's decided to go aerial instead of hit it on the ground.
Yeah, as you said, Vaughn, playing with the spin, so it's actually a really good shot. Of course, always a little bit of danger going in the air, but he executed it pretty well.
It's end of 10. 47 without loss. Dolphins were 38 for 2 after 10.
I must say, a victory for Boland looks pretty much certain at the moment, unless there's a little bit of a miracle. Really good all-round performance from Boland, but you have to say quite disappointing from the Dolphins. I mean, the minute you only get 110, it's too much to ask your bowlers to do the work after that.
Oh! Eddie!
Good running by Boland. Good awareness of the angles. Nice to have a left-hand, right-hand combination out there. Makes it a lot more difficult for the fielding team. And the bowlers, of course.
Go, Trist, you stay. Okay, go.
John Smuts has opted to have a deep square and a cow.
15 off, yeah. Beautiful lad, beautiful lad.
Smuts just varying his pace. Trying to get that mid wicket.
Oh!
In action.
Babs, we're gonna get a stumping here, Babs. Promise you. You ready here, Babsy?
Wicketkeeper just making the umpire aware that there's going to be a stumping. Very optimistic.
Oh! Lovely, Jono. Lovely,
That's
Smart.
good bowling from Smuts.
Lovely, pal. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Identifying when he needs to bowl into the wicket and when he can just slow down.
Let's see. Babs.
Fair to say the wicketkeeper is still in the contest. Nice to see, even though his team's really under the pump.
Lovely, Jono. Lovely, Jono. Catch. Oh. Lovely, Smart.
The only one coming from that over. End of 11, 48 without loss. Target is only 110.
Yeah, from a Boland point of view, there's no real worry going at 1 and over. They don't need to do them a lot different. Runs will happen naturally. As long as they just don't lose wickets, they're going to be okay and definitely go on to win this game.
Get it.
Just seeing the frustration of a left-hand, right-hand combination. Always good to try when you're selecting a team, if possible, to try get a few left-handers in the lineup for this exact reason. Tahir's protecting the small boundary.
Bowled again from Imran Tahir. Probing outside that off stump. Reverse swept hard. All the way down to the boundary. Majolan thinking he's in the contest but diving in vain. Brings up the 54 Goldrush Boland. 50 off 11.4 overs. So we see the great position. Just his head over the ball. Raced all the way down to the boundary.
Yeah, very good batting. Exploring the gaps and the empty spaces in the field, and definitely try and make Tahir change the field.
Changes the lines, come back over the wicket to the left-hander. Driven down to the sweeper for one.
That's the end of the over. 12 overs have been bowled. Boland of 54 for no loss. Really, really good start from them. Exactly the start they would have wanted.
All of us here, lads! All of us here!
Don't have to do anything different.
Easy single up to long on for Capel.
Go on, Julian!
Short boundary for the right-handed Rulifsa. He does have a good slog sweep. I think if Smuts gives it any air, he'll try slog sweep it. Good bowling from John Smuts. Very consistent. He was so effective on Saturday. Probably Dolphins' best bowler. Just darts it in and tries to hit those stumps the whole time. Bowler not getting frustrated here. I understand the situation is quite straightforward. Only need 1.5 and over.
Oh, that was the ball. Beautiful, smart.
Good quick single by Rudolfsson. Identifying that Orangapolen was too deep at mid-on. And of another Smuts over. 13 overs done. Boland to 56 without loss.
Vaughn, in hindsight, do you think the decision to bat first by the Dolphins might have been the wrong one? I mean, conditions certainly seem to be maybe a little bit better at the moment.
I don't know. Probably gonna have to sit in their team talk to understand what really happened and what was the mindset. But when they won the toss, it was a positive decision. It was one of let's get over what happened on Saturday. So you'd have to sit in that meeting and try and find out and try and dissect what really happened today, because this pitch hasn't got any demons in it. So I don't know. Ball ball from Tahir again.
Yeah, and it also could have been a case. I mean, I think conditions are getting a little bit easier. The wicket seems a bit flatter, but also Dolphins just didn't bat well.
Good variation of pace there by Tahir.
So you may be wondering at home if Boland have a chance of getting a bonus point, and they do. We're not sure of the exact figures. We think if they chase this down under 40 overs, they should get a bonus point.
It's in the air, but wide of mid-off. Tristan Luce diving in vain. So it heads to the boundary for 4 to Capel. Capel moves to 33 or 52. See this replay. Just waited for it at the right time. Pierced the gap perfectly. Boland move ever closer. If they go to 61 without loss.
Better from Tahir, better length. And that is the over. Boland are 61 without loss. After 14 overs, chasing 110. John Smith to continue. He's bowled really, really well today.
Oh, he's trying to flick that through mid wicket, catching the outside edge. Come back for an easy 2.
Unlucky for John Smith. They definitely produced a false shot from the batsman.
Come on, lads!
Well bowled by John Smith. Good length. Very hard length to get away.
Lovely areas there, Smarts. Love to see you hitting the gloves here, buddy.
Outside the line. Trying to lap that in that vacant short fine leg area.
Not bad thinking. Especially with fine leg up. They've got 2 catching mid wickets here. You understand how important it is to try to take wickets in a situation like this. It's the only way they're going to win.
Idiot's coming straight to you, buddy. Eddie! Huh? Share a joke, bro. Oh, did see. Good smart.
Really impressive from John Smith. Doesn't seem like he's bowled a bad ball yet.
End of the 15th over. 3 off that one. Goldrush Boland to 64 without loss. Still another 35 overs remaining.
So just confirmation that if Boland chase down the score under 40 overs, they will get a bonus point, which looks like they're definitely going to do. So it'll be a really, really good win. The lights have just taken effect here at Kingsmead. Can often make it easier to bat. Not that they'll make a massive difference in the game now.
Played off his hip for 1, and Rudolphson moves to 30.
So he has opted to bring deep square up, potentially just to build a little bit of pressure.
Head out to the deep. 3 bounces into the rope. Capel finding the gap with ease. So we see the replay here. So here, just dropping it short. Capel onto it quickly. Into the boundary rope. Goldrush Boland to now 69 without loss.
Yeah, you got to say that's not Tahir's best ball, particularly with the short boundary. Will be the first one to admit that he got it wrong.
Striker one on the stumps. Well negotiated by Blade Capel.
Better from Tahir. And he's dropped mid off to long off. And he's brought mid on up. Maybe a googly. That's the end of the over. Score is 69 without loss after 16. You feel Dolphins really just going through the motions now, unfortunately. Very disappointing from their point of view. Obviously, they had an opportunity with 3 games at home on the trot, and looks like they're going to lose 2 out of 2 so far with the 1 left. Definitely a missed opportunity. Uppish. Knock to sweeper for 1.
Eddie, striker.
Interesting to see if Capel goes over the top over North's head as he is up.
Catch it!
Hit through the small gap between Malone and catching mid wicket. And you're able to get 1.
Come on, yeah, boys!
They don't need to take any risks here.
Perry!
Making sure that they accomplish this. 10 wickets down.
That's it!
For how much confidence do you think this will give Boland
Lovely work, Dad.
going to crunch time in the comp?
Yeah, it will help them massively if they win this by 10 wickets.
Rilla doesn't want to go out now, boys. Rilla doesn't want to go out now, boys.
Huma's basically signing the Dolphins warrant there.
That's it, that's it!
And it will just be between, obviously, Boland and NWU Dragons. They're currently in 4th position at the moment. So those the last game or 2 will be right up there. Some good contests. Short cutaway 4. It's the only problem with a field like this. If you err in your length and your line, you are going to pay. Great shot from Capel as he moves into the 40s. He's 42 not out. Goldrush pulling into 76 without loss.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Capel. Definitely almost manufactured that shot. Picked the smaller boundary as well. Gotta say, chasing a score of 110 isn't very intimidating, but Boland have gone about it really, really well. As you can see the shot again, and that is the end of John Smuts' over. 17 overs have been bowled. Boland are 76 without loss. Imran Tair will continue from them Gainey end.
Tair to begin his 6th.
Good to see he's still got that slip in place. Be nice for Dolphins, maybe. You know, they're definitely not going to win this game, but maybe just to take a few wickets, take a little bit of confidence into the dressing room.
Played off his legs. Looking for 2. Happy to stick with the 1.
Yeah, Boland, you think of things like net run rate. You know, wins like this could, you know, help hugely if, you know, you drawn on points.
Short played away to the sweeper on the offside. Another googly from Tahir.
Well bowled by Tahir. That's probably where he needs to be more often than not.
It's gone aerial. Hasn't got all of it. And that's a catch. Beautiful catch taken by Eddie Moore. The long off boundary. Tahir strikes. Getting rid of Rod Willison for 33 or 43 deliveries.
And you got to say, a classic Tahir celebration, the Ronaldo C. Despite the Dolphins being in a very bad situation, Tahir is still ecstatic to take a wicket, which is nice to see. Well bowled by Tahir. And an even better celebration. I'm going to take a little break and you'll be in the good hands of Andy Capistanio for probably the remainder of the innings.
You see the Boland captain, Gavin Kaplan, coming to wicket now to join Blade Capel. Boland 78 for 1. 17.5 overs.
Yeah, VVJ, the remarkable Gavin Kaplan. He's having the season of his life. Averaging 55 in 21 first-class games with 700s. He was their top scorer in that defeat against the Warriors in Powell at the weekend. Got 88 off 83. And slightly surprising to a few people that he hasn't been called up into SAA teams or even this tour to New Zealand going on at the moment.
Another googly.
Pleading.
To hear begging.
Didn't look out.
Yeah, it's the same thing, Andy, when we commentating here and Connie hasn't got that $100. And the team was going somewhere or there was some tour happening and his name was
the A team was going to India.
There weren't no name mentioned, no nothing, so you almost think to yourself, it's a little bit of a lottery at the moment.
So domestic runs and wickets don't count.
They never have.
Got a bowling change now. And Aryan Gopalan is coming on to bowl his slow left arm.
Unfortunately, he didn't get any runs with the bats on his debut. Hopefully he can grab a wicket or two.
The pride of Pitlochry Primary School. Got a slip in place. Also a silly mid-on. Oh, that's well fielded. That had 4 written all over it. That's Imran Tahir reeling in the years.
He's wondering to himself, why is he standing there?
Yeah, there's nobody behind him. Single down to backward point. So I don't think there's any question that Boland are going to win this with a bonus point.
Yeah, they've still got a while to get to 39.5 overs.
Warriors are at the top of the table with 19 points from 5 games and 4 wins. Lions and Titans have got 3 wins each. And this will be a 3rd win for Boland. So it's starting to get interesting in the places between 2 and 5.
You see there, Gavin Kaplan missing out on that sweep shot. Getting a leg bar.
Yep, 80. Come on, Copsy. Oh, Copsy.
Hurried one through there. Well bowled.
Just split from there, pal.
Coming towards the end of the 19th over, and at the same stage, the runs weren't much difference. But the Dolphins were 73 for 4 as opposed to 82 for 1. And it just went downhill from there. They lost 7 wickets for 30 runs in 14 overs.
Played off his hip quite nicely. Get off the mark. That is the end of the 19th.
83 for 1. You have to wonder what is going to be the outcome of this game from a selection perspective, from a coaching perspective going forward. It's 2 very poor displays in 4 days.
They just show the guys on the grass there. Wouldn't you rather be there, Andy? Driven up the ground for 1.
I wouldn't have you sat next to me if I was over there.
Yeah, they've got to answer some questions, unfortunately. They're going to have to dive deep and see what is really the problem. Must be a few issues or underlying issues that are hampering.
Fielded.
Imran just making sure Blade Capo is awake.
I have to say, in amongst the carnage, that Emmy's bowled beautifully.
Yeah, much of improvement from Saturday. Just sort of all over the place on Saturday, just not finding his rhythm and his line of length. This is more like him. Been a little bit unlucky, but that's the way it goes.
It'd be fascinating to look at a video of him 20 years ago and see if there's any real difference. Oh, good shout. Good shout. Maybe missing leg.
That's turning and bouncing that. Possibly missing another stump or 2.
Timmy was absolutely convinced. Umpire was not.
Driven.
And through.
He's found that gap 2 or 3 times now. Has played Capel.
And that's 50. Comes off 73 balls, 9 fours and 1 6.
Former Dolphins academy player. Spent a lot of time down in Southwestern Districts. Then moved to Boland. I have to see his dad Trevor soon just to congratulate him. Well played, young man.
Was Dad a cricketer?
Don't know.
That's going to be drinks. So Boland 90 for 1. They need 20 more for victory here, and they will win with a bonus point. That'll give them 5 points and push them up the table to 13, which right now would put them into 3rd place above the Titans and Northwest, who are both on 12. We'll have a short break. Drinks have left the field. Well, 90 for 1. 20 to win. Ariane Gopalan bowling from the Old Fort End to Gavin Kaplan. Blake Capel has just reached a very good 50. And about as one-sided a game of cricket as you're likely to see.
At least we saw at the beginning of the over the people in the Hollywoodbets suite across the field from us. They enjoying themselves.
Nice view from up there.
Boy, boy. Good bird, good bird.
Oh dear, it's gone straight through him. They're going to come back for 2.
Inside half of the bat.
More cricket in KZN, courtesy of Pitch Vision tomorrow. We shall all be in Pietermaritzburg for the Tuskers against the Lions. That's a day game starting at 9:30 tomorrow.
Not at 9.
Have you heard 9?
I don't know. I'm asking you. That's your valley, not mine.
Are you worried I'm going to oversleep? Well bowled. Are you bringing Darren with you? He'll know.
No, I'm actually bringing the Pitch Vision staff.
Uh-huh.
They're traveling with me. There we go. There's a suite. Mr. Heffer is up there. Definitely.
Yes, hello, Devin.
If you can hear us, just give us a wave there, please.
Yeah, that looks like a wave to me.
There we go. All the boys from Hollywoodbets.
Bayanda Majola's coming back into the attack. Good opening spell from him. Bowled 4 overs from the old 410, now coming back from the Mgani end.
That looks like they're on top of us. They're having some fun at the game. I think that's on top of the presidential suite.
Can't see a suit and tie. Well, it's a shame that the entertainment is going to be turned off quite soon. Mojola, fielded by Moore.
Oh.
Good job Hanu Filium was alive to that, because it wasn't the greatest of throws from Eddie. See, there's a nice crowd on the deck next to the old pavilion as well. Oh, well bowled. Well, you mentioned he bowled reasonably well, although possibly 2 lengths against Northwest. Picked up 3 wickets along the way, and I think this is a good one that the Dolphins have got here. 19 years old, full of energy. You probably get a little bit quicker.
Yeah, he's a good athlete already. Nice and strong.
Straight through. They'll pick up at least 2 here. Or chased by Moore. Vaughan stepping out. Ben's coming back in to join me. The last rights. 15 to win.
Always my favorite part, Andy.
Just been very impressed by Bayanda Majola today. In a losing cause, he looks like he's a winner.
Yeah, definitely one for the future. I don't want to get too excited, but, you know, he looks serious without saying too much, without hyping up too much. It's got that pace, consistency, natural athlete as well.
That's well played. That'll be fine enough for 4. Just lost his line a little bit.
Commentator's curse coming in again. Yeah, just straying down the leg side. Majola. Speaking of last rights, Andy, what's the best cricket game, inter-cricket game you've ever commentated on?
The best what?
Cricket game you've ever commentated on with the best finish?
Oof. That's asking a lot. I wasn't there for the Tide Test in Australia in 1960, where Joe Solomons ran out the Australian last man. Love to have seen that one. 100 comes up with the wide. I remember being at the Wanderers when Sean Pollock had to hit 6 off the last ball to win a game for the Dolphins, and he did exactly that. Straight hit into the crowd in the days when those sort of things didn't happen. But I'll have to trawl my memory banks to think about the best finish I've ever seen.
I know you'll definitely remember your rugby ones.
No, I'm very bad at that sort of thing. You ask me in 3 weeks' time about a game I commentated on, I wouldn't be able to tell you anything. Wouldn't be able to tell you who won.
It's like me trying to remember names. It takes me a couple of weeks.
But you know what? I mean, we spoke about it earlier, and I didn't commentate. Here's a game I wish I had commentated on when Ben Stokes scored that remarkable unbeaten century to win the Test match against Australia by a single wicket.
Best innings I think I've ever seen.
Safe.
The more impressive part for me wasn't the part where he exploded and reverse swept Nathan Lyon for 6, but the 1 off 50 he was before. That to me was the freaky part of all of it.
That's the voice of Hanu Filyun you can hear.
He still believes.
10 to win. 2 hits.
Beautiful!
Andy, this could be really important for Boland to potentially qualify to the knockouts. I mean, bonus point, and we forget net run rate, which could be important.
Yep, you're right there. Good shot down the ground. 2 is the call. And yes, they will come back. That's good running from Kaplan.
Kaplan's been really good.
And actually talking about the league table just now, Warriors on 19, Lions on 18, and then Titans and Northwest, and after this game, they're on 12 points, and after this game, Boland are going to be on 13. Well done in the covers. So, albeit for a short period of time, Boland are going to go from 6th to 3rd with this win.
Not too shabby.
103 for 1, 7 to win, 23 overs gone.
Yeah, as we were talking about earlier, I think Dolphins are missing some of their key players. You think of like Ethan Bosch, such a good cricketer. You know,
from a one-day perspective, Jason Smith played that remarkable innings in the T20s last year at Centurion.
Yeah, he's a good cricketer.
And it's been naked to see today that the Dolphins have gone in a batter or 2 shy, and they have been exposed. Majola, well bowled.
When Imran Tahir is one of your main batsmen of the day, might be a bit concerning. That 60 hit though was splendid,
wasn't it? The only 6 of the innings. Thing about Immy is you know what you're going to get. He's not going to come in and block.
At that situation, I kind of agreed with it. I know you said bad time, but when they were 8 down, I thought, why not? you know. Especially when they went 9 down. I mean, might as well have a hit.
Well, the lights are on. Some people thought that the game would be finished before the lights were turned on. But we're not going to get much more. Maybe this and one more over. Well, maybe not, because that's 6. That's a beautiful flat hit from Capel. Takes him to 60. Scores a level, 1 to win.
It's a very good shot. The impressive thing, as you said, it's flat. That's when you know someone's got real power, those flat 6s. And it wasn't actually that short. He kind of made that shot look a lot easier than it was.
Yeah, I think he fancied the short boundary. And Majola shouldn't be downhearted by that. As you say, it's not a bad ball. It's a good shot. So everybody should be in now. We still have a third man and a long leg. They wouldn't have crossed.
I can still hear Viljoen talking.
Wittering away.
Sledging, I dare say.
Yeah. Look, he's a wicketkeeper. He can't help it. They're like hookers. They're born, not made.
Good from Majola.
Ian Healy, who of course now famous as a commentator, was Australian wicketkeeper for years. Lovely story about him. He always had lots to say. And Mike Atherton on his first England tour, opening the batting for England, nicked one behind off a spinner. Healy gave him a full mouthful and Atherton responded with, "When in Rome." The answer being, do as the Romans do. And what he meant was, if I'd been in England, I would have walked. But I'm in Australia.
You gotta love the England versus Australia rivalry. Of course, Ian Healy's niece, Alyssa. Such an interesting story because she's married to Mitch Stark and they met when they were 9 years old and played cricket together. It's actually quite nice.
Happy to say Alyssa's a much better looking person than her father. Here's Gopalan. Scores a level. Oh, and he's nearly picked up a wicket with the scores level.
I do think though, Andy, when Elisa was commentating on the Ashes on Mitch Stark's game, I did think she can't help but be biased.
And Gavin Kaplan gets it away for the winning boundary. It is 4 and not 6. Kaplan finishes on 15 not out. Boland 113 for 1. They've won the match by 9 wickets. They've got the bonus point for concluding it inside of 40 overs. It actually took them 24.2. So just a reminder that the Dolphins won the toss. They decided to bat first. Dismissed for 109 in 30.4 overs. 40 from Marcus Ackerman, the captain, was the only innings of substance. And there was a lovely bit of bowling on debut in List A cricket from Barron, who finished with 4 for 24 from his 10 overs. And in reply, it's Blade Capel who finishes 60 not out off 83 deliveries, 86 deliveries, I beg your pardon. And alongside him is Gavin Kaplan. The 1 wicket to fall, Grant Rulofson, Courtmore bowled Tahir for 33. So just to wrap things up, it's a 9 wicket win for Boland. They will go third in the table, albeit briefly. This team will be together again tomorrow in Pietermaritzburg, where the Tuskers play the Lions. So on behalf of the commentary team, Ben Jarvis, Vaughan van Jaarsveld and I, and everybody involved with the production from Pitch Vision, thank you for watching and listening. Goodbye from Hollywoodbets, Kingsmead.
Hi, I'm Craig Alexander, the Northwest Dragons head coach. Yeah, look, I think we had a decent season this far. Taking on the one-day comp, we've been a bit inconsistent with performances as individuals as well. But look, a lot of individuals stood up, produced some Proteas. 2 left us now to New Zealand, so a lot of growth happening in the camp, but just a bit inconsistent. Yeah, look, it would have been nice to have them here, but they play New Zealand 3:30 on Sunday morning. So yeah, all the best there. We were watching you guys after our win against Dolphins. Yeah, look, I think in this position of in the one-day comp, being mid-table, we're really just trying to stick to our processes, making sure we execute our basics nice and consistent. So the word in our changing room is obviously fight, but also just being consistent in our skills. I think when Proteas do get called up in Durban and Dian, we see it as an opportunity for other players to come in and perform. The message has always been to be the best version of themselves, and we always encourage them and create a platform in that way. So yeah, just stick to their skills and make sure that they in one-day cricket just execute their basics for longer. Like I mentioned, consistency is definitely one of the things that I've been preaching in the changing room. But the other one has been momentum as well. One game at a time. We try and create momentum. Game in smaller spaces, starting at nets, how we prep. So, like I said, consistency, creating momentum, one game at a time, going into the Dolphins game now and Province next, and then obviously ending off with the Titans on the 19th. And hopefully, things go our way, and then we can get a playoff and end of the season on high.